I'm going to start with the all-important opening dad joke of the evening, turning to Councilmember Benjamin.
I was going to say it's the final one of 2022, so we got to go big here. On topic for tonight, what is the tallest kind of building that a man or woman could build? A library, because it has the most stories.
There you go. and with that, we'll go on to our announcement here about COVID-19 testing and vaccinations. So for COVID-19 testing, information and provider locations for free testing, go to www.boco.org/COVID testing. The Boulder site is located at 2445 Stasio Drive. It's open 7 days a week from 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. And for vaccine information and provider locations, go to www.boco.org/COVID vaccine. And with that, I will go ahead and call us to order and turn to Elisha for the roll call.
All right, thank you, sir, and good evening, everyone. We'll start tonight's roll call with Councilmember Benjamin.
Present. There it is. Try it again. Present.
Mayor Brockett.
Present.
Councilmember Folkerts.
Virtually present.
Councilmember Friend.
Here.
Joseph.
Here.
Spear.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Wallach.
Here.
Councilmember Weiner.
Present.
And Councilmember Yates.
Right here.
Mayor, we have our quorum.
Thank you, Elisha. All right, and can we just confirm that the video is on for Channel 8? I had a comment from somebody. Lauren is not sure that it is on. And at least in my Zoom, council chambers is dark. There we go. That looks better. Thank you. Thanks for calling that out, Lauren. All right, we're going to get started right now with a declaration for National Homeless Persons Memorial Day, read by Councilmember Friend.
Thank you, Mayor Brockett. It is my honor to read this declaration. The winter poses extreme hardship for our unhoused community members. At the same time, the spirit of the holiday season provides an opportunity for affirmation and renewal regarding our commitment to end homelessness. December 21st has been designated National Homeless Persons Memorial Day by the National Coalition for the Homeless and the National Health Care for the Homeless Council, and it is so recognized by cities nationwide. To safeguard and support our community is a year-round duty, and in this season of generosity and sharing, we are all encouraged to commit ourselves to promoting compassion and concern for one another, specifically including those who are unhoused. In remembering those who have died during or after enduring a period of homelessness, the cause of ending homelessness is kept urgent, as is the city's commitment to preventing such deaths in the future. We, the City Council of the City of Boulder, Colorado, declare December 21st, 2022 as National Homeless Persons Memorial Day.
Thank you for that, Rachel. And I'll note that there will be a vigil for this day on Tuesday, December 20th at 3:30 p.m. at the band shell, and all are welcome to attend. Okay. Next, we're going to have consideration of a motion to approve the election results. And Elisha, I'll turn to you to walk us through that, please.
All right, thank you, sir. And good evening to everyone. Elisha Johnson, City Clerk. And tonight we are tasked with the approval of the November 8th, 2022 special municipal election results. I am hereby joined by our election administrator, John Morse, in case council has any questions about how that process with the election and the returns and the canvassing went. The City Council sits as the General Canvassing and Election Board, and I, as the City Clerk, will serve as the Secretary of that board and as the designated election official for this city. Emily, if you would pull up my slides, please. On the board, we will see the steps we will follow as we move from the City Council into the General Canvassing and Election Board. We'll ask for a motion to convene as the General Canvassing and Election Board from the City Council. We will take a roll call of the board members, and please note this year, the entire council is considered the board because we did not have candidate elections this year. We will then present the oath of the board members. Then we will nominate a member to chair the board. This is typically and historically our mayor, but you are welcome to nominate any member. Then we will do a presentation of the election results, which will show on your screen. And as noted in your packet, we included the public notice for the elections, the approved ballot language, and the statement of election results and the official summary of the votes. Then we will ask for a consideration of a motion to approve the election returns for the City of Boulder 2022 coordinated special municipal election that was held on November 8th. And then we will ask again in that motion to adjourn from the General Canvassing and Election Board and reconvene as the Boulder City Council. Any questions?
Just want to make sure, we don't have any rioters outside storming the building to try to prevent this process from taking place, do we?
I took care of that, sir,
Okay,
before we
excellent.
started.
Thank you. Just want to confirm.
You're welcome. Thank you. All right, so as I would like to wish to begin this process, may I have a motion to convene as the General Canvassing and Election Board for the November 8th, 2022 City of Boulder Coordinated Special Municipal Election?
So moved.
Second.
We will take now a roll call of the board. Oh, I'm sorry, we need to vote to move from council to the canvassing. My apologies. We'll start that vote with Councilmember Benjamin.
Yes.
Mayor Brockett,
Yes.
Councilmember Folkerts,
Yes.
Friend,
Yep.
Joseph,
Yes.
Spear,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Wallach,
Yes.
Councilmember Weiner,
Yes.
and Yates.
Yes.
We are now hereby in session as the General Canvassing and Election Board for the City of Boulder. Now, we will take our official roll call of the board. We'll start with Councilmember Benjamin,
Here.
Mayor Brockett,
Here.
Councilmember Folkerts,
Present.
Friend,
Here.
Joseph,
Here.
Spear,
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Wallach,
Present.
Councilmember Weiner,
Here.
and Yates.
Still here.
Thank you. We have our quorum for the canvassing board. Now, if you will all raise your right hand, and please say "I do" once the oath is completed. There is no need to repeat the oath. We, the undersigned, do solemnly swear or affirm that we will perform the duties of the General Canvassing and Election Board for the November 8th, 2022 Coordinated Special Municipal Election held in the City of Boulder, County of Boulder, State of Colorado, according to the law and to the best of my ability.
I do.
I do.
I do.
Thank you. Now, we will ask for a nomination for a person to serve as the board chair for this meeting.
I nominate Aaron Brockett to serve as our chair.
Second.
By acclamation, excuse me, the mayor will serve as the board chair unless otherwise elected. So he was therefore nominated and will serve. Thank you. Now, you will now see the election returns on the screen. Next slide, Emily. The City of Boulder had 6 issues on the 2022 Coordinated Special Municipal Election ballot. We had 2 ballot issues and 4 ballot questions. Ballot issue 2A concerned the climate tax, which was a Tabor action. That measure passed, yes, 31,947 votes. Ballot issue 2B were the bonds to be paid from the climate tax, which was also a Tabor measure. That item passed with a yes vote of 30,151 votes. Ballot question 2C, in relation to the repealing of the Library Commission and tax if the library district was created. That item passed with a yes vote of 26,821 votes. Ballot question 2D, which was in reference to the clarification of candidate issues. That question passed a yes vote of 33,079 votes. Ballot question 2E concerning to change regular municipal elections to even years. That item passed with a vote of 26,138 votes. And our last item that appeared on the ballot was ballot question 2F, which was concerning the repeal of Ordinance 8483 regarding the annexation of CU South. That item failed with a no vote of 22,539 votes.
All right. Thanks for that, Alicia. Should I move to the next one, or are you going to?
I'm going next.
Okay.
So just as a note, for the 2022 City of Boulder voter count, we had 65,394 active voters, and we had 48,266 ballots that were counted. Please note again that the official results as well as historical information related to the election results are available on the Boulder County Elections website. And at this time, could I have a motion, please, to approve the election returns for the City of Boulder 2022 Coordinated Special Municipal Election held on November 8th, 2022, and to adjourn from the General Canvassing and Election Board and reconvene as the Boulder City Council?
So moved.
Second.
We will start this vote with Councilmember Benjamin.
Yes.
Mayor Brockett?
Yes.
Councilmember Folkerts?
Yes.
Friend?
Yes.
Joseph?
Yes.
Spear?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Wallach?
Yes.
Weiner?
Yes.
And Yates.
Yes.
The election results are hereby certified by the General Canvassing and Election Board for the election held on November 8th, 2022. Thank you, and we are now back to being City Council.
Thanks so much for leading us through that ably, Alicia. And it's always a solemn duty to help with the workings of democracy like this. So. All right, we're now going to move to open comment, and I believe Ryan Henshin will be presenting our public participation guidelines.
Thank you. Brian Hanshin here. I serve the people of Boulder as our Community Engagement Manager and appreciate each of the speakers here this evening. And we want to be sure that we're clear that the city has engaged with community members to co-create a vision for productive, meaningful, and inclusive civic conversations. This vision supports physical and emotional safety for community members, staff, and council, as well as democracy for people of all ages, identities, lived experiences, and political perspectives. There's more information on this vision on the city's website. And the next slide, please. And let me close this window here. All right. And the following are examples of rules of decorum found in the Boulder Revised Code and other guidelines that support this vision. And want to make sure that all remarks and testimony should be limited to matters related to city business. That no participant shall make threats or other intimidation against any other participant. Obscenity, racial epithets, and other speech and behavior that disrupts or otherwise impedes the ability to conduct this meeting are prohibited. Participants who are participating are joining by the name they're commonly known by. And we ask that virtual participants share their name before participating, and will be on audio only. And we do ask that folks refrain from expressing support or disagreement verbally. Options do include jazz hands here to show support silently in council chambers. Thank you.
Thanks for that, Ryan. All right, so we have 7 people signed up to speak in person and 7 people signed up to speak virtually. I'll call out 3 names at a time, and if you're in chambers, if you wouldn't mind coming down to the front when your turn is coming due, so we'll move through folks. And our first 3 participants, and you do have 2 minutes each, are Ann Say, David Sue, and Travis Cully. Yes.
Hello, City Council members. Thank you for your service and then listening to my comments. This is regarding the annexation of BSD land. What you're trying to approve tonight is not about affordable housing. This issue is whether a factory opening on a weekend should be adjacent to a residential area and open space. Common sense dictates that the answer is no. The city's zoning code and the Boulder Valley Comprehensive Plan also says no. Imagine there's a developer and coming to ask you to change the zoning in a residential area so that they can build a factory. Would you allow that? Would you allow that without getting a specific condition in written from the developers? The IGA agreement did nothing of the things that this council and the planning board had recommended. There was no enforcement, no specifics that guarantees the noise, lights, or traffic mitigations. Only vague and highly interpretable languages. I quote from the IGA here. Deliveries to and from the factory via 63rd Street will be minimized to the greatest extent possible. I do not understand what that means. The way I interpret it is 0 deliveries. However, Mayor Brackett will interpret that as 12 trucks per month. The staff would tell me that's a smaller number than that. If you were a person impacted by this, would you accept this vague agreement with no teeth, no enforcement? Lastly, the city had told me that to talk to BVSD if we have concerns. However, there was no good neighbor policy in IGA, nor was there sufficient effort to demonstrate that. For example, we have requested in writing that IGA be moved to move off the consent agenda in BVSD meetings. The request was ignored. When we went to the meetings, we were met with indifference. There's no one else to help us except you. The reason that city staff needs lengthy justification is that this is about building a factory at a place that common sense would dictate you not to. We elect you to make decisions. Please do not set the precedent of building a factory adjacent to residential areas and open space. BVSD can do whatever they want to do to the land, but for this particular reason, this issues, only you can help us make this determination.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have David Sue, Travis Cully, and Evan Ravitz.
Good evening. I'm also asking City Council to reject the proposed annexation of 6500 Arapahoe Road because the annexation would allow manufacturing use in public zoning, which is prohibited under City Land Use Code. There's a good reason why noise, environmental issues, and traffic are front and center with this annexation. The land is next to open space, it's in close proximity with several residential neighborhoods, and it's on land with a public school. Manufacturing use is not compatible with these nearby land types. The Boulder Valley Comprehensive Plan and its vision for the county recognized this. The BVCP designated the property as public and not industrial. Boulder City Code prohibits manufacturing in public zoning. The BVCP was approved by the County Planning Commission, County Commissioners, City Planning Board, and City Council, including 2 current council members. The land should remain public zoning and not allow manufacturing use, because that's what is consistent with BVCP and makes sense with the surrounding land types. Finally, neither I nor my neighbors here tonight are NIMBYs. We agree with affordable housing. We are neighbors of the Columbine Mobile Home Park. I personally would welcome a mobile home park on BVSD property. I would support Boulder allowing ADUs and multifamily dwellings in all residential zoning. These would be high-impact, market-driven solutions to the affordable housing crisis. But this annexation is not about affordable housing. This annexation is about a factory that operates on weekends near homes and in an environmentally sensitive area, when city code explicitly prohibits such manufacturing use. Few people would want a factory operating on weekends adjacent to their neighborhood. Please reject this annexation. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Next, we have Travis Cully, Evan Ravitz, and Susan Lithgow.
Okay, great. Good evening, Council. Happy Hanukkah. Happy New Year. It's my effort to make our conversations more comfortable and conversational. But 2 minutes is pretty brief. I agree with Evan Ravitz that we need to have 3. Until the Marshall Fire investigation is completed, we should not have any construction on the Wildlife Refuge or the South CU campus. The Marshall Fire revealed weaknesses in our system, and the October 25th facilitated learning analysis is not going to be the last word. While the facilitated learning analysis rightly portrays the confusion that took place on December 30th, 2 levels of analysis are missing. For one, there's no context about the history or proximity of Rocky Flats to the affected area. Slide. Second, there's no intergovernmental examination that confronts why Boulder, Jefferson, Arvada, etc. each have different fire policies that are enforced from within the jurisdictions in which their separate laws are written. There is no explaining why we have no state fire marshal. Slide. I believe the Rocky Flats Stewardship Council ineffectively fills this gap, and this is beginning to represent a liability in our region in terms of communication and organizing. The Rocky Flats Stewardship Council operates like a legislative doorstop, a dead end, giving the governments that share a border with the Rocky Flats Wildlife Refuge, as we do, keeping them from developing an emergency response plan appropriate to the contamination. The Rocky Flats Stewardship Council is what we suffer because we cannot have a radiological emergency plan. Bookmark. This discussion is on page 201 of Full Body Burden by Kristen Iverson. Thank you.
Thank you, Travis. Next, we have Evan Ravitz, Susan Lithgow, and Alex Cassidy.
Good evening. Evan Ravitz, North Boulder. A few weeks ago, former state representative Jonathan Singer appeared here in his new job for the Chamber of Commerce, saying the Chamber wanted to work with the city for more affordable housing. Before posing as our pal, the Chamber should fix what it broke. Former city manager Jane Brodigam admitted here at a 2020 council meeting that she worked behind council's back to obtain so-called Opportunity Zone status for Eastern Boulder, part of the Trump tax cuts for the wealthy. This will speed gentrification and reduce affordable housing. Emails obtained through the Colorado Open Records Act show that the Chamber worked secretly with the city to make this happen. Chamber President John Taylor, who participated directly in the incriminating emails, was on KGNU radio on October 7th, and I questioned him on this. He pretended that the Opportunity Zone would reduce housing costs. This is laughable, and City Council's laudable effort to delay and mitigate the Opportunity Zone damage proves it. The Chamber corrupted whatever democratic process still happens here to increase investor profits at the expense of the rest of us. And its president and CEO lied publicly about the intentions and effects. It should apologize. The only way to undo the Opportunity Zone would be to get Congress to repeal the legislation. That's what the Chamber should be doing, not gaslighting us to cover up. And the new city manager shouldn't be partying with the Chamber that corrupted the old city manager, as the camera reported.
Thanks, Evan. Next, we have Susan Lithgow, Alex Cassidy, and Joe Prizio.
Thank you, Mayor Brockett, City Council. I'm Susan Lithgow, Executive Director of Flatirons Habitat for Humanity. I've already outlined in an email to you the significant community benefit that I believe this proposed manufacturing facility in partnership with the school district creates for our community. Tonight, I'd like to just clarify a couple other points that I think will help in hopefully moving this very important project forward. Noise. We have been actively working to make sure that we minimize noise pollution coming from this factory to the greatest extent possible. We are in support of the language that you are proposing for that, and we will do everything in our power to make sure that we are minimizing any noise that would come out of the factory. We can make that commitment to the community. Deliveries, we are actually not anticipating huge numbers of deliveries for this, so we're also in support of the language around deliveries, and it's highly workable with what we are proposing to do. The other area I'd like to address is capacity. Some older documents, before we really had an opportunity to work with consultants, indicated that the capacity of this factory would be much larger than it actually is. Habitat is not interested in operating and creating a factory that runs fully staffed with 30 people 24/7 to pump out 50 to 80 homes a year. We're Habitat for Humanity. We build with volunteers. That is the primary reason we are able to make our homes as affordable as they are. If we were to change that model, the cost of these homes would go up significantly. We're not interested in doing that. After working with the consultants, we think it's very reasonable that we can produce 12 to 15 units a year. We have about a 6-week timeline for each module. And we can have multiple modules in process at once. So we're anticipating 12 to 15, which quite frankly would be about triple to quadruple our production. Thank you.
Thank you, Susan. Now we have Alex Cassidy and Joe Prizio.
Hi, guys. We're all friends now. I'm here to talk about 6500 Arapahoe again. Before I get to that, I just wanted to mention thank you so much for all of you that spoke with me. I really appreciate your time. You were all very generous with your time.
Alex, can you speak into the mic, please?
Thank you for your time. You were all very generous with your time, those of you that I spoke with on the phone. So you've heard this before, but I still have questions regarding this project. Why was community involvement limited to only one for information only public meeting in September? Why isn't there a good neighbor agreement? Why wasn't an environmental impact assessment completed? Why wasn't a traffic study completed that would include traffic, construction traffic? The IGA released last Friday has no teeth at all regarding traffic on 63rd. In fact, it leaves BVSD to decide where construction and factory traffic will be routed with no monitoring or consequences for funneling everything onto 63rd. I recommend a trust but verify approach be negotiated with BVSD to protect the residents of Columbine Mobile Home Park, the Sombrero Marsh critical wildlife habitat from excessive traffic. There are many legitimate environmental concerns surrounding this project that have been marginalized by city staff, most notably your open space director. For example, did you see Dana Bove's guest opinion in the camera on Wednesday? As knowledgeable, thoughtful people like Dana, who are dedicated to preserving the environment, chime in, a different story emerges. So no doubt you and other council members are all under tremendous pressure to approve this annexation, but there's no shame in putting on the brakes just long enough to get it right. The factory will be there for a long time. Tonight, my call to action for council is simple. Please hold this project to the exact same standard as any other project in the city of Boulder. Thank you.
Thank you, Alex. Joe Prizio. Then we'll go to virtual.
On 11/17, you postponed approving the then IGA with the school district pending modifications to address traffic concerns on 63rd Street. You have before you now the amended version. Council members, I respectfully ask that as a minimum, you send it back to staff unexecuted. This is a matter of unacceptable work. The amended IGA contains item H, which concerns factory deliveries. To paraphrase it, deliveries to and from the factory will occur on 65th Street when impacts are low. The impacts fall into two categories. One, safety risks for students, for employees, for parents, and for other members of the public using 65th. And then 2, district operations. With that said, deliveries to and from the factory via 63rd will be minimized to the greatest extent possible. Without objective criteria as to what constitute low impacts on school operations and safety, item H is meaningless. You know it's meaningless. We know that you know it's meaningless. You know that we know that you know it's meaningless. Has your staff asked the district for historical traffic patterns on the times and durations when safety, risk, and district operations typically are of low impact, setting the stage for understanding the meaning of low impact? Despite our pointing out deficiencies in the IGA, the school board on Tuesday approved it unanimously. The district has incentive to want meaningless traffic provisions. And you? Any resolution offered tonight to correct deficiencies will be unilateral and thus not binding to the district. For insights on how your negotiations with the district might play out, please look at Attachment K in your 1117 packet. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. Now we're going to go to our remote participants. Kathy Paler has withdrawn, so we're going to go to Sammy Lawrence IV, then Chuck Hardesty, then Lynn Siegel. Sammy?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Excellent. Hi, everybody. This is your friendly neighborhood Sammy. Well, not in the neighborhood. I first wanted to take a moment to tell you all thank you, because I didn't say it before. I had been going through a loss of a great friend that I shared Thanksgiving with from the streets. It was rough. That being said, it has been difficult to stay away from you all, to not speak up, and to keep to myself in healing. However, I would be remiss, like Iron Man in Endgame, if I did not say something. My friend, Zayd Atkinson, did not sacrifice and endure the horrors that he had, that we as a community spoke up for those that, in my opinion, harmed him, to be in the way. It is not the time for us to continue the path of the ancestors of this land, the settlers, in mistreating the people of this land and leaving them behind and forgotten. I ask you to remember and reflect, because it's a little scary thinking about coming back to Boulder to have children. And that's just not for myself. That's for worry that I may potentially see the cycle go again and no one will have done anything. And that would be the greatest heartbreak in the world. I love you all and I hope you take care of yourselves. Miss you all. Keep being amazing.
Thank you, Sammy.
Mayor Brackett, can I just respond?
Please.
Quickly. Although we usually do it after in case Sammy's going to sign off because he's not in Boulder, maybe later. Just nice to hear your voice, Sammy, and I hope that you do make your way back.
Very good. Now we have Chuck Hardesty, Lynn Siegel, and Jennifer Rhodes.
Hello, are my slides up and can you hear me?
Yes and yes.
This is Chuck Hardesty. After reading the latest council packet regarding the factory, it seems that things have gone from bad to worse. Please pause the BVSD site for the factory and have a serious site selection study. We now understand that there has not been one. An alternate factory location creates a win-win situation. There would be no excess traffic for BVSD and 63rd, no forever noise for schools and neighbors, no dirt and noise for marsh and open space, no need or dollars to build the hill to put the factory on or take away old pavement, no need to restrict construction or operation hours or trucks. Removing the restrictions would open the potential for more modular homes. Close places to consider are the area north of Stasio Ball Fields, unused power plant areas, or part of the old Western disposal site. These are near the bus barn for students that may come from around the district. There are buses available for other possible sites further away. Next slide, please. The new IGA says BVSD can do what they want, when they want, with no penalty. This needs revision with specifics. We are asked to rely on good faith, but still have no good neighbor policy after months. The mayor's hotline proposal should include construction year limits, not just factory limits. Construction is the biggest disruption time. Removing language that requires deliveries during operating hours means we can't even have a peaceful dinner or sleep in a little. Please pause, next slide, is it on? Yes. Please pause the BVSD site. Have a serious multiple site selection study with documentation that we now understand has not been done. An alternate factory is a win-win that solves a long list of problems. Thank you once again, and please look elsewhere.
Thank you, Chet. Next, we have Lynn Siegel, Jennifer Rhodes, and Eric Budd.
This IGA on Sombrero has not only what folks have spoken tonight, it has no height variation restrictions. This goes far beyond, this annexation goes far beyond what can be built there long-term, far beyond this modular home factory. Now, someone spoke from Habitat for Humanity. It's wonderful that Habitat is doing their own work and that it makes for less expensive housing. Well, my brother is going homeless as of the 1st of the month. And I wonder, really, what is actually going on here? Because as Ravitz spoke about, the Opportunity Zone is basically the fundamental policy of Boulder, which is giving to developers, not accepting any impact fees to them, and as a result, having a major housing crisis, and then using the manufactured housing as an excuse to use other public interests of these neighbors. And I am not from this neighborhood. I'm not from Sombrero March. I'm from Central Boulder. And this is just unacceptable that they should accept this burden. And CU South and the growth and development here, as Travis spoke about with the radioactivity from Rocky Flats that was experienced with this fire, all of these are public impacts. And CU South should not be built on as a result of this fire and many other reasons. But the growth and development here is beyond control. And it's offered up with federal funds called LIHTC, Low Income Housing Tax Credits. These are not really...
Lynn, your time is up. But thank you for your testimony. Now we have Jennifer Rhodes, Eric Budd, and Carol McCasland.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, great, thank you. My name is Jennifer Rhodes, and I'm a Boulder community member, psychiatrist, and a BVSD parent. I'm a part of a parent group advocating for safety of all children in our community, as most of you know. Our group of parents believe that Lisa Sweeney Moran is unfit to serve in a position on the police oversight panel, as she is both biased and has a clear conflict of interest, both violations of the city ordinance outlining rules for the panel. It is irrelevant that her name was recently removed from the lawsuit as a bargaining chip to get on the panel. At a recent BVSD meeting, and please watch the recording, Lisa said, and I quote, "I'm very proud of the lawsuit against Chief Harold in the city. As a psychiatrist, I can tell you people do not change overnight." Ms. Sweeney Moran has mocked parents, and me included, regularly on her Twitter feed, parents who are standing up publicly to advocate for children's safety. I've spoken to a handful of BVSD teachers who are afraid to speak up and asked that I use their personal email because of fear of retribution by her. Ms. Sweeney Moran also frequently makes accusations against BPD and Chief Harold before critical facts are gathered or known to the public, all on her Twitter feed. She was suing the city and Chief Harold up until yesterday, I believe, a clear definition of conflict of interest. Her mere candidacy is proof of her absolute blindness to her ethical obligation, in my opinion, to the BVSD school board, and now this panel. Ms. Sweeney Moran should not be in more leadership positions, especially one that advises and weighs in on law enforcement. I believe that she is a threat to public safety, to my kids. It is clearly biased and cannot serve legitimately or fairly on the police oversight panel. Thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer. Next, we have Eric Budd, Carol McCasland, and Bill Platts.
Hi, Council. Eric Budd. I live in Boulder. I'm here to speak on Council's action on the police oversight panel. We need everyone in our community to feel safe, and that includes people who are homeless or people of color, among many other people. We need police officers that are going to engage in what keeps people safe, and we also need the oversight to protect people from violence from the police. And it's hard not to watch the documentary about Boulder, This Is Not Who We Are, and not demand better police oversight after knowing what happened to Sammy Lawrence and Zaid Atkinson. I've been following the multiple articles now about the oversight panel and its challenges. We need to appoint the 6 applicants chosen by the selection committee and work to revise the NDA process for the oversight panel for members to allow more public discussion about how we can make our police department more accountable to our whole community. However, at the request of Councilman Mark Wallach and members of Safer Boulder, the applicants may not be confirmed tonight. And for those who are unaware, Safer Boulder is a local group that wants to use the police as a tool against unhoused people. And I'm asking Council to place faith in the independent oversight panel and selection committee, which includes members of the NAACP and Amistad. This group has affirmed and reaffirmed their decisions only last Thursday. Please accept their recommendations. It's absolutely critical that we have people that are willing to spend their time in service of our community to make our community safe for everyone. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Eric. Now we have Carol McCasland and Bill Platts.
Hi, Council. Thanks so much for inviting us to come speak to you tonight. I'm representing Boulder County Audubon Society, and I want to read our mission statement because I think it's very pertinent to this issue with the annexation of 6,500 Arapaho. Our mission statement is that we are a voice for birds and wildlife conservation through habitat protection and nature education. So tonight I'm going to advocate for Sombrero Marsh, which I think is one of the most special places in Boulder County. And it's, by the way, in case you don't know or you don't remember, and I'm a newbie to Boulder because I've only lived here 13 years, that property was designated as a habitat conservation area, and there's only 9 of those in the county. So yay for you for doing that. It's a very special place. It's kind of weird because it's been around since before the Europeans settled here. It was a dump for a while, and the city and Open Space Mountain Parks actually restored it to the wetlands that it is today. It is truly a habitat conservation area in that a lot of migratory birds come through there. A lot of shorebirds come through there on their way to the breeding grounds in the north. And in case you don't know, at least a third of the birds in North America have disappeared in the last 40 years. If we don't conserve areas like this, we're not helping conservation at all. So I really want us to think about how we can conserve that area in a better way. And I would urge the council to go back and look at the IGA and really beef that up. Make sure that you've got noise pollution under control, mitigated, light pollution under mitigation, and let's look for a different place, please. I think that's the thing we could do the best, is just to move it to a different place. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Carol. Our last testifier is Bill Platts.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good.
I'm talking about the modular home factory. The bottom line for me is that if you try to design the worst possible location for a huge factory, this would be it. It has equity issues with the Columbine trailer park. It's going within 10 feet of the marsh. It's directly adjacent to open space. It would be violating all the city ordinances on open space, wetlands, and noise. But the Boulder Valley School District has sovereign immunity, so they do not have to comply with any city or county ordinances. This would never be allowed by any private sector developer. BVSD has also promised to hire a sound engineer once the factory is built so they can consider options for reducing the noise. However, the time to hire a sound engineer would be when the building is still in the planning phase, not after it's completed. For me, the most frustrating thing is that there are other locations close by that are zoned for industrial use where the impact on the environment would be minimal. A couple blocks north of the campus is the Belmont Power Plant, which is permanently closed. It's directly across from where the buses are located. I'm thinking Xcel Energy would be receptive to donating some of their unused land to a good cause and a better ESG score. There are numerous other sites that could also be considered. At the very least, there should be due diligence and other sites considered before proceeding with this. I think this is being rushed through way too quickly. You've got a lot of environmental groups concerned. You've got equity issues. You've got neighborhoods that are going to be losing their property values. You're going to have a lot of people out there when you have these thousands of trucks coming up to bring in the fill dirt that are going to be out there protesting. It's not going to be good optics. And I think it would be best for the city and the school district to put this on hold. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill. All right, that brings us to the end of all of our commenters. Thanks to everyone who signed up and spoke. And I'm going to turn now to city staff to see if there are any responses.
I do not see staff, but they're certainly available here if there are additional questions.
Great, and I'll just note that we are going to have an item on the 6500 Arapahoe in just a few minutes, and then discuss it further there. Mark?
Just a quick correction to Mr. Budd. My concerns with consent agenda item 3E were not the product of consultations with any other group. Although it is rare, I occasionally reach my own conclusions, and I did so in this case. Thank you.
Good. Any other comments from council? All right, seeing none. Alicia, could you take us to our consent agenda, please?
Yes, sir. Tonight's consent agenda is item number 3 on the agenda, and it consists of items A through G.
Yeah, Teresa.
Good evening, Council. Earlier this evening, or rather this afternoon, Mayor Pro Tem Wallach sent out a hotline with information about the possibility of pulling an item from the consent agenda. That item is 3E, which has to do with the appointment, approving the selection committee recommendation for members of the police oversight panel. I did touch base with Mayor Pro Tem Wallach regarding procedure, but wanted to inform the whole council of the procedure. It's a little bit tricky here, but should council choose, or a council member choose, to request a call-up for this item, I believe the proper procedure would be to request a call-up, to take a vote on that call-up, which would then schedule it for a public hearing. Another option, of course, is to stay with it as it is now. Council could have a discussion with respect to that item. And finally, council could pull that item from the consent agenda for a separate discussion per Robert's Rules of Order and take action on that item just after the consent agenda. So a variety of different options there, but wanted to make sure that you all were aware of the procedure.
Okay, thanks for specifying that, Teresa. Okay, well, so we have the consent agenda in front of us, A through G. There's been some chatter about E. Any comments or thoughts, questions? Yeah, Bob?
Well, I like Teresa's last suggestion that we move the consent agenda except for item E and then come back to a discussion of that afterwards. Are people amenable to that? I don't think there's any other controversy on anything other than E.
I do have a question. A discussion when?
Right now, or like right afterwards.
Sure, so that would depend on the motion on the table and what council decides. So in terms of having a discussion, some options are to remove the item from the consent agenda and then have a conversation immediately following the consent agenda. So that's sort of option number one. Another option is someone could make a motion to call this item up. And this is a little unclear because other items in our code with a call-up option have a call-up procedure attached to them. This one does not. So instead, I looked to the rest of the code to be informed about what the proper call-up procedure would be. Here, my recommendation would be that there would be a motion to call the item up and then a vote. Again, only if council is so inclined, but a vote that would take a majority to carry that. If the item were called up, the council rules of procedure provide that there would be a public hearing in the future.
And I'm sorry, Jenny, I wasn't very clear in my suggestion. I was suggesting we have a conversation immediately after I was just going to try to get the consent agenda through except for E and then immediately roll into a discussion on E.
Yep. Rachel?
I have thoughts potentially on how to handle this, but would I want to just bring them up per Bob's suggestion right after we do the rest of this consent agenda? I'm fine with that.
So I think the proposal is to just pass the rest of the consent agenda, and then we'll just decide what to do about E right after that. So
that makes sense to me.
If we could do that. So maybe a motion from someone about...
So I'll go ahead and do that since I started this. I move consent agenda items A through G except E, and as part of my motion, I would ask council to have an immediate discussion, which I turn to our colleague, Rachel Friend, for E right after assuming we pass the consent agenda, except for item E.
Okay. Do I have a second? Second. All in favor? Okay, that passes unanimously. And so now
did that need to be a roll call, though, for the rest of the
consent? Was that a roll
consent?
call, Elisha? Oh,
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Yes, due to the minutes, we should do a roll call vote.
Good call. It's almost
No
like
longer Mayor Pro Tem, but I appreciate that.
You're right, my
fell
apologies.
backwards there, thank you.
I'm adjusting.
All right.
All right, so thank you, Councilmember Friend, for that. And I was going to say that, and you beat me to the punch, so thank you. We do need a roll call, sir.
Please.
All right, thank you. We will start the roll call with Councilmember Spear.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Wallach.
Yes.
Councilmember Weiner.
Yes.
Yates.
Yes.
Benjamin.
Yes.
Mayor Brockett.
Yes.
Councilmember Folkerts.
Yes.
Friend.
Yes.
And Joseph.
Yes.
The consent agenda items A through G, excluding E, is hereby approved.
Thanks so much. All right, so now we'll chat about E. And Rachel, did you want to say something?
I'm happy to kick us off, and I might have one question for Amy Kane if she's interested in rolling forward here. She looks excited. I want to preface my question and comments with a couple of thoughts. First is I'm so grateful to all the community members who have applied to be on our police oversight panel. It's mostly volunteer work, and I'm grateful that we have such outstanding candidates in my view, including those who are recommended. And I also want to say that we talked in 2020, early in my council tenure, about appointing this panel, and that council would have a role in approving the nominations. And I advocated vigorously that we not have a role in approving, because I was worried it would reflect politicization, and that somebody would inevitably be nominated that different factions of the community were strongly for or against. And I think that's unfortunately what's playing out, and I hope that we will revisit that, because I don't think that this is a good role for council to be in, nor a good use of our time, and I think we have created structures that we should be able to trust. So with all of that said, I wanted to know from Amy, if we were to maybe in response to my colleague Councilmember Wallach's request, if we were to say, let's just send this back to the nominating panel and committee and have them just verify that they had all the information about all the applicants, and they verified that everyone, or have them relook at everyone's application and ensure that they meet, the threshold criteria, such as residency tethers and minimum age, if that's such a thing, as well as bias and conflicts of interest, and then bring that back to us. If we were to ask for that to happen and come back in January, will that set this panel and the department's work back, or is that an okay thing to have a couple week delay while it goes back, just for them to assure us that they have all the information, and maybe city attorney to just make sure that they are considering the things that we're being asked to consider?
Sure, I appreciate the question, Councilmember Friend. Thank you so much. So my name is Amy Kane. I'm the Equity Officer for the City of Boulder, and my pronouns are she, her, and hers. It depends. I know that's not the best answer. It really depends on when we would be able to bring that back back in January. We have two of our panel members who are leaving the panel on February 9th, and we were anticipating getting this new slate of panel lists started on February 9th as well. So it kind of depends on when we can really get that moving forward, and how quickly we can also convene the subcommittee, the selection committee. There's challenges, obviously, with the holidays coming up and people's travel and all that good stuff. So I hope that answers your question.
Thanks, it's helpful. Okay, so I will just toss that out as a starting point for conversation, that's one direction we could take.
Thanks. I got Junie and then Mark.
I did have a question, but I was going to wait, but my finger was like this.
I can come back to you.
So my question is, I feel a bit, how do I put it, that we are being put in a difficult space, exactly as Rachel mentioned. And the thing is, we're talking about one member out of 6. And I don't want that particular person to feel, how do I put it, that we're picking on them, right? So I hope whatever process we decide, we keep that in mind. And I've read all the email that's been coming from community members, and a lot of them is about the language somebody's using on Twitter, and I understand they have constitutional rights. But my question to you, have you considered all the requirements? Because I was looking at them myself, right? As a member of the panel, the requirements. Has that guideline been followed as part of that process? Because if it has been, I don't know why we're talking about this one particular person.
Sure, thank you for that question, Councilmember Joseph. So the subcommittee looked at the ordinance and defined the must-haves for that particular slate of candidates for this recruitment period, similar to what they did the last recruitment period. We can go back and have them affirm the list of candidates. That is an option, I believe. City Attorney Tate, that's an option for them to reaffirm that slate and that they have gone through that process, but yeah. I think the concern is the definitions of what constitutes bias, which you identified with First Amendment rights and those types of things. The subcommittee did do a thorough look at the candidates and interviewed everybody individually, so.
Mark and then Nicole.
I'll just hang out up here.
Yeah, I'm going to speak in support of Mayor Pro Tem Emeritus Friend's suggestion. I think it's a good one, a practical one, and I support it.
Nicole.
And I think for me, kind of going back this again, supporting Ann, just want to tweak it a little bit. For me, I think that they just at their meeting last week affirmed the selections, and I think what it feels like, we in the community may be missing is just a little bit more information about the selection process. Mm-hmm. What were the criteria that were used? How were folks evaluated against those criteria? And what was the process for making this recommendation to us? So I wonder if that can be something that they, are giving back to us as well, not just a yes, we, or
I can
no,
give you some specific details. I have a
yeah.
printout here. So there were 57 applicants, including one return applicant from 2021. The applications and supporting materials were provided to the selection committee in October via a single PDF of 100 pages. The candidate review sheets were made available as a Google form, and then each selection committee member got that to their email. They were grouped in separate groupings with a total of 6 groups. The committee members were instructed to score each candidate on 3 categories. One was must-have criteria, contribution of lived experience, and overall candidacy. Their overall score did not have to be a mathematical average of the 2 scores. And then committee members could also enter comments for each applicant and leave comments or leave the comment section blank. So the review criteria, must-have criteria that were ranked was the candidates possess the following knowledge: history of policing and how it affects policing in the 2020s, history of local and national structures of sentencing, law enforcement, and criminal justice, awareness how the police oversight panel came to be formed, also known as the Zaid Atkinson catalyzing event, awareness of the covert and overt racism in the context of policing or over-policing in Boulder and nationwide, understanding of current events that may inform the conversation around policing and police oversight, awareness that the mission of the community-led police oversight panel is for police accountability. Another criteria was the candidate has tangible connection to Boulder, also demonstrates being respectful of difference, and understands the need for fully attentive communication within a group setting, active participation in the decision-making process that may include challenging conversations and differing opinions, being able to take a stance with integrity, building trusting relationship with other panels, including the need to have conversations offline, accountability to one another. They should not possess lived experience that shows affinity for or engagement in grassroots organizing, social justice work, anti-racism practice.
So, Amy,
Should they not possess the lived experience I mentioned above? They should have an affinity for. And there's one more. Candidate would be willing to engage in regular training and meet on a regular basis. Yes.
Thank you for that. Yes, Teresa.
So when I hear that, I don't hear all the criteria reflected that are in the code, and I hear criteria reflected that are not in the code.
So I'll call on myself, because I thought, Rachel's initial suggestion had merit, and I thought Nicole's ideas were a good additional ones, because I think, hearing more from the panel, about both their thinking process, but also how they applied the code criteria, I think would be really helpful, and getting a little time for them to look at that and come back to it and finish in January in time to make sure that people get seated for that February 9th start date. Sounds good to me. So I think we're on a good track.
Can I ask a clarifying question? Oh, I'll wait till you all get to.
Thank you.
You go. You're the council member.
That's virtually meaningless. No, please, if you for clarifying, go for it.
Oh, I was asking a clarifying question. If you're wanting us to go back to the panelists, the selection committee, if that's an expectation to do in person. Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'll just, I guess my question, it's a question / sort of perspective a little, I guess. I'm a little confused as to how, well, let me just start this. Mark's email, when it's sent out based on the practice of, for as long as I've been watching or participating in council meetings, was that foreclosed really any need to have continued conversation, because historically single members of council were able to yank stuff off consent as far as I remember. I don't know if that's a mismemory of it, but that was how I recalled it, in which case I then sort of foreclose some later conversations, realizing that once that happens, it's going to get moved without anybody else. So I think in light of maybe how I assume that, if we were to discuss it tonight, I was missing out on some conversations that I probably needed for some clarity. So I feel a little bit like I didn't get that finalized prep in for this, thinking that we weren't going to have this conversation based on Mark's thing. So all that means is I would support where Rachel's going, to buy a little time and get a little bit more clarity on those pieces. But a part of me is just curious what mechanism, if I am remembering correctly, or if not, then that's on me. But if there was a mechanism for which that process was happening, I'm wondering how that occurred and why we're at a different state perhaps now.
Sure, I'm happy to address that again, Councilmember Benjamin. So this is a call-up procedure, and that's provided in the ordinance, and that was called to council's attention. And a call-up procedure is not the same as simply removing something from the consent agenda. So you are right that typically we can remove something from the consent agenda. It has been this council's practice to do that without a vote. That can certainly happen. But a call-up is a different animal.
And if I might just kind of colloquy with Teresa's point is, because I reviewed some of the code provisions with her this afternoon, that there is a unique bit in the code about the appointment of the police oversight panel members that designates it a little differently from essentially any other action that we're taking. So I think that's the part of why this is being treated a little differently than other consent removal items. Nicole.
Yeah, and I just had a clarifying question. Does this, if we are asking for a little bit of additional information before we make a decision on it, does that necessitate it being a call-up later? I mean, is that just a kind of we would like a little more additional information, please bring it back to us with that information? Is that yeah.
Yeah, I believe I understand your question, Councilmember Spear. So the council could vote. The council has already voted to remove this item from the consent agenda and discuss it separately. The council could make a motion with respect to an action, for example, referring it back to the selection committee. To call up the item would require its own vote. And so they are not, taking one action doesn't necessitate the other.
So if I can guide us, then Rachel or someone else could make a motion to Rachel's point earlier to refer it and ask it to be brought back, and that would only do that. It would not also call it up.
Yes, Mayor, that's right, and it would bring it back to the consent agenda because the code specifies that this selection process is brought on the consent agenda and then may be called up by council members.
And so it either could or could not be called up according to the will of council at that time.
Yes, sir, that's accurate.
Okay. So I wonder with that, well, Bob, go ahead.
Yeah, Amy, thanks for reading off the things that were looked at. And as Teresa pointed out, there are some other criteria, right?
Sure.
And some of them are they're negative criteria. There shall not be, bias or prejudice. And I think there's a list of things that there shall not be. And it sounded like from your description and maybe from what Rachel was asking for, that there was a request to go back to the selection committee and have them look at the four corners of the application. But we've seen some things that have been sent to us from the community that are outside the four corners, right? They're social media posts and so on and so forth. And those could be evidence one way or the other with respect to some of the criteria that Teresa mentioned. And so I guess my question is probably more for Rachel. Would your motion include looking at those other materials? Or are you limiting the selection committee's examination to the four corners of the application? Because it's kind of hard to prove a negative otherwise.
My motion is going to be to send this back to the selection committee to apply the criteria that the city attorney has indicated need to be looked at for panelists. So however they apply those criteria, I don't know whether that would be the four corners of the agreement. It looks like Teresa may have advice.
She has a thought.
I would love if we clarified that that's the criteria in the code. I have no personal opinion with respect to the criteria. This is simply the law that council passed.
I consider the code to be your criteria, like you are my code. Giving you a lot of credit.
So maybe to move us,
Maybe I can ask a question then. I mean, since some of the criteria are negative criteria, right, and obviously it's difficult to look at an applicant's application and know that those things don't exist, and some people have brought things forward that would indicate that they do exist, or at least they've asserted that they do exist. So I guess I would be disappointed if you came back to us in January and said, yeah, the selection committee looked at that, and some of us said, well, what did they look at? And you said, they looked at the application, and that was it. And so then I would feel that the direction that sounds like we're about to give would not have been fulfilled. So I would hope that you'd be also be able to bring back what exactly the selection committee looked at, or didn't look at, as the case may be. So if you could tell us what they looked at, that'd be great. And if it was just the application, then I would consider that a failure. But if they looked at all things that were brought to their attention, that would be helpful.
They did do interviews as well with each candidate.
Yeah, I'm
okay.
not talking about interviews.
Saying, you're saying specifically applications. I just want to
applications, interviews, right? But again, that doesn't prove the negative,
okay.
Right? Yeah.
So I'm hoping to move us forward. So I wonder if we could get to the motion. But Ginny, did you want to add something here?
Yes, because it's very tricky. Even I am confused about what we're asking her to go back and do. Are we asking her, I'm looking at the qualification and appointment, right, based on the code. Are you asking her to go back to ensure that, for instance, as part of the application process, which is she's already been through it, and 6 people have already brought forward, I just don't know what is the expectation that she went back and looked at the code, all 16, it seems. There is 1 through 16 parts to it. Have they applied all 16 parts to each applicant? And will they be able to meet that criteria that we've not fully expressed to her to go back and look at? So I'm just not sure what is it that we're asking her to do.
What we'll be asking her to do is what is in the motion. Because we've had a discussion so far, but I think our specific direction will be what's in the motion. And we can offer to amend the motion if we think it's missing things.
I'm ready to take a stab if you'd like to hear it. Councilmember Joseph? Yeah?
Sure.
Okay. So I would make a motion that we refer consent agenda item 3E back to the selection committee to relook at all applicants or all recommended panelists under code criteria that are required to be appointed and eligible for this panel, with guidance from the city attorney's office and with explanations or certifications explaining the steps that were taken. Does that meet yours? In writing.
I'm going to second that.
So
I ask a
I guess
clarification?
that would be what we would be asking. So yes, Amy?
Nope, never mind.
Okay.
I'm good.
Okay.
I have a question. Is there feedback from the city manager, city attorney, or from Amy Kane?
I appreciate that. I believe we're getting clarity to go back to the selection committee and for all candidates, not just the singular one, that we reaffirm that that we have looked at the code and all the criteria, and the code has been looked at and applied to all the candidates, and get an affirmation on the slate of candidates that is moving forward. We believe that we can probably do that and bring that to the January 19th meeting, and we'll try to do so expeditiously.
Very good. And yes, and then maybe I'll call for a vote after you.
And I just wanted to make one comment that I want to make sure the police oversight panel and selection committee doesn't feel like we don't trust them, or we're trying to micromanage or anything like that. I think it's really, for me at least, just about providing a little bit more documentation for kind of the public to understand what the process was and what went into it. I want to be clear on that, where I'm coming from.
Thank you, Councilmember Spear.
Great. And actually, Lauren has her hand up as well. Lauren.
Thanks. I just wanted to clarify that we're asking the selection committee to look at all applicants or just the 6 that are proposed
My motion
that were
had-
recommended.
My motion had an or, so it was to relook at all applicants or all recommended panelists, and I thought we could just maybe leave that to their discretion.
I'm okay with leaving that to their discretion. Thank you.
Very good. Well, so then I'll go ahead and call for a vote. And Elish, would this be a show of hands for this kind of a motion? So all in favor of the motion on the table? That looks like everybody.
Thank you.
Very good. Thanks, Amy. Thanks, everybody, for working through that. I want to echo how Rachel started with this, with a huge thanks to the selection committee for all the hard work that they've done, and appreciate hopefully their willingness to work through a little bit more to collaborate with council on this, as well as to all the applicants who are participating in the process. And with that, I believe we can move to our call-up check-ins.
Yes, sir. Our call-up and check-ins are item number 4 on tonight's agenda. 4A is the landmark alteration certificate application to add new storefront window openings, exterior patios, awnings, and paint at 1346 Pearl Street.
Any interest in calling this up? Not seeing any.
Item 4B is our 3-year extension of development approval for site and use review application numbers LUR 2016-00051 and LUR 2016-00052 for redevelopment of the site located at 4750 Independence Road, formerly addressed as 3365 Diagonal Highway, with a 138-room, 3-story, 35-foot tall Holiday Inn Express hotel.
Any interest in calling this one up? All right, not seeing any. So I think we can move to our item 5A then, our continued public hearing.
All right, sir, thank you. Item 5A, as noted, is our continued consideration of the following items related to a petition to annex a property generally located at 6500 Arapahoe Road. That is with an additional zoning of public, LUR 2021-00032. We have 5 items under this matter. First item refers to the annexation of the westerly portion. There is a motion to adopt Resolution 1317, setting forth findings of facts and conclusions. The second item for the westerly portion is item number 2, the second reading and motion to adopt Ordinance 8550, which is annexing the westerly 19.097 acre portion of the property. And if 8550 is adopted, we have the second part of this action, which is the annexation of the easterly portion. That first item is the motion to adopt Resolution 1322, which is setting forth the findings of facts and conclusions. And the second item is the second reading and adoption of Ordinance 8553, which is annexing the easterly 28.882 acre portion of the property. And if both ordinances, 8550 and 8553, are adopted, we have the last item, which is the consideration of a motion to approve an intergovernmental agreement between the City of Boulder and the Boulder Valley School District.
Maria.
That was a mouthful. Thank you, Alicia. I'm going to go straight to our Planning and Development Services rockstar Shamnam Bista for this.
And Shamna, before you get started, just to outline, I think tonight, if you weren't going to say, so we're going to hear from you. We'll have an opportunity to ask you questions. We've already had the public hearing, the public testimony on this item. So after we ask you questions, we'll then go to our deliberations. Do I have
That's
that right?
correct.
Great, thanks. Take it away.
Hey, good evening, council members. My name is Shabnam Bista, Senior Planner for Planning and Development Services. Today I'll just walk you all quickly through the annexation and initial zoning for 6500 Arapahoe Road. And just to note, this is a continuation of the second reading and public hearing that was held on November 17th. Just as a refresher, the site is located south of Arapahoe Road, east of the current Boulder city limits, and north of Sombrero Marsh. To go through the process to date and where we are now, the annexation negotiations have been ongoing since 2018, and an application was filed in July of 2021, and the notice for that was then consistent with the land use code, sending written notification to property owners within 600 feet. And then on September 6, 2022, Planning Board held the public hearing for the annexation, and they recommended adding 2 conditions regarding the height limits as well as a form of good neighbor agreement. There was there was a neighborhood meeting held at the BVSD campus on September 29th, 2022, and the notice for that went out to property owners within 1,000 feet of the subject site. And then a first reading was held on October 6, 2022 at council. During the first readings, the council supported modifying the agreement to include the compliance with the city height limit. Prior to this second reading and public hearing, the amended annexation agreement was then sent to the school board, and they agreed to comply with the condition complying with the city's charter height limit. On November 17th, the second reading and public hearing was held at City Council. In that meeting, staff presented the amended annexation agreement and the intergovernmental agreement between the City of Boulder and the Boulder Valley School District, as well as information on the operations of the affordable housing modular factory. During that discussion, Council proposed to BVSD that they modify the annexation intergovernmental agreement to require that access to the site be taken from 65th Street instead of 63rd Street. This would avoid excessive truck traffic on 63rd and could have negative impacts on the Columbine Home Park, the other nearby residents, as well as Sombrero Marsh. So the item was then continued to a date certain, which is today, so that the school board had time to modify the intergovernmental agreement and approve the condition. That's kind of where we are today. So the annexation terms from the annexation agreement haven't changed. This was the same kind of conditions that I presented on November 17th. In terms of the intergovernmental agreement, as of December 13th, the BVSD board agreed and approved the modified intergovernmental agreement that includes conditions regarding the deliveries to and from the factory occurring mostly on 65th Street when traffic impacts on BVSD operations are limited, and then also minimizing the access on 63rd to the greatest extent possible. So staff recommends approval of the annexation with the motion as shown on the screen. And that concludes the presentation. Please let me know if you have any questions for me. We also have Housing and Human Services staff, as well as a representative from the school district.
Thanks, Shemna. I appreciate the brisk and concise presentation. Questions? I got Nicole, and then Mark, and then Matt, and then Tara.
Thank you, Shabnam. Appreciate the revisiting of all this information. Our last one was a while back. I just had a couple of questions to clarify after hearing, some of the comments from folks and some of the emails we've been getting. So my understanding is that once this annexation goes through, BVSD, anything they do on that property, the entire property will be held to our light pollution standards. Is that correct, or am I misunderstanding? So like they can't go and do something very different from what the rest of the city's doing light-wise, and that would be their entire property, not just this factory.
That's correct. The entire property would then need to comply with the current outdoor light ordinance.
Okay, thank you. And is that true for the noise as well? Is there anything with regard to like noise ordinances or anything that they are held to once they kind of become part of the city proper?
Jay, would you be able to respond to that question? Thank you.
Good evening, Council. Jay Sugnet with Housing and Human Services. So yes, the IGA does affirm that the factory will abide by city and county noise regulations. It doesn't specify the other district operations, but I would assume that they would also comply.
Yep, okay, so, I mean, I'm thinking of like the noise ordinance we passed for the Hill, you know, a while back, like that's kind of what we're talking about here, or is it a different?
Well, it's not going to be specific to the Hill, but
Right,
the city
right.
is, right.
Yeah, yep, okay.
Noise
Okay.
limitations, time of day. all
Yeah,
that.
yep, okay, so basically the same as any other property
Any
in the city boundaries in terms of noise, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and then the other question that I had was just around the good neighbor agreement, and I understand some groups were looking for one. It seems like there was not really a requirement that it was put in place, and I was just wondering if you could explain a little bit about why.
Yeah, sure. Jay. Jay, did you want to? Yeah.
Good evening, council members. Glenn Segru, Boulder Valley Schools. The Good Neighbor Agreement was something that the school district decided it couldn't agree to based on our own sovereignty and our own ability to deal directly with the public ourselves. I think we thought it would be improper to have the city have that imposition on us.
Okay, is that something the district can set up directly with the neighborhoods, or?
Sure.
Is that,
sure.
yeah,
Mhm.
okay, is that something that you all would consider?
Yeah, we've had several meetings with neighbors, and
Yeah.
that could be done.
Okay,
Mhm.
and with that, thank you. I think that's the only question I have for the district. This just is another question coming back to city staff, I think. What role do our staff play after, this agreement goes through, after the annexation? So, for example, will OSMP staff play a role in the construction and monitoring anything after, if, things go through? Do they still have a part to play?
I'm going to defer that question to Jay
Sorry.
Sagnet as well.
So again, Jay Sugnet, Housing and Human Services. So there isn't a formal regulatory role. However, there is a structure in place, or there will be a structure in place, where the school district, Housing and Human Services, as well as Habitat, will meet at least quarterly to discuss factory operations. And that's sort of that's a perfect venue to discuss how are things going, what are the neighbors saying, how can we address those, how can we change our operations to be more sensitive. So as I said, no formal regulatory role, but we can always bring in Parks and Open Space as we do that. So does that help?
Yeah, no, it does. Thank you. And Jay, this next question may be a little bit for you as well, or Shabnam, so maybe hang out for a second. I think, one of the things that I'm hearing from community members is just a concern that this goes through and then they never have a voice at all again in anything that's going on over there. And, I think that sometimes, especially with kind of council changing every 2 years, there maybe is perceived a lack of kind of follow through or consistency in people's voices being heard. So I'm just wondering if there's anything at a city level outside of the IGA and BVSD, what can we do as a city to kind of commit to, all the things that we're sort of assuming are going to go in here, that they're actually happening once things get started over there? And can we as a city commit to some checkpoints with residents? Can we, look at with OSBT or OSMP whether there's impact on wildlife or anything after, this kind of goes through, just so we're not sort of sending it through and then not seeing anything, not checking in to see if there are any impacts.
Yeah, absolutely. I would assume that would happen regardless. So neighbors are always welcome to come to City Council. You could share those concerns directly with staff. Staff will be involved in the ongoing operations of the factory.
Can I
Absolutely.
colloquy on that, Nicole? Do you mind? Because, so Jay, we talked a few days ago, right? And I put together a potential motion that we'll talk about a little bit later. Could we add to that something to request the city, like say at the 1 year point, do a check-in with the factory operations and, make sure that they're complying with the noise, lighting, et cetera?
Absolutely. With council or with the neighbors or both?
Or both. Maybe with, so maybe we could do something like that to get to that point. So something to consider.
Mhm.
Okay, thanks. Anything else? Okay, we got Mark next. And,
A couple of technical questions first. I was not here for the November 17 meeting, so if anything I ask has been covered, just kind of wave, and I'll move on to the next. Back in 2021, we received a number of comments from the county's Department of Planning and Permitting. Did we respond to and satisfy those requests, or did we have any obligation to do so, or have we already discussed that?
Yeah, I've spoken to the county's planning staff member, and we kind of went over the questions. And I believe, Jay, you also met with Hannah Hipley to kind of cover any of their other concerns.
Okay. If BVSD terminates for convenience, as is provided in the IGA, I assume we'll have to return the grant funds and the HUD loan that we're taking out on this property. Is that correct?
I'll defer that to Jay segment.
Yes, correct.
Okay. Will those payments have to be made immediately or over time? Because under the terms of the IGA, BVSD has 5 years to repay those, to repay, I guess it's almost a damage payment for our inconvenience, but they do that over 5 years without interest. I assume we will not have a similar luxury in repaying our obligations under the grants and the HUD loan.
So I would say there might be a distinction. As long as we fulfill our promise to build the factory, then I would say our grant funding is secured.
Okay.
Whether or not that operation continues, I think is a separate question.
And was the LOI with Habitat part of our package? I didn't see that, and if so, I apologize for missing it.
Trying to think what was in the. Yeah, so there was an original partnership agreement, a memorandum of understanding, which was sort of a precursor to the IGA. Habitat was a party to that. They have been involved in the development of the IGA, so they're very aware of all the provisions.
I'm just asking, have we seen that? I
No.
don't recall it.
So there will be a lease. So the way the IGA is structured currently is that the lease could be between the city and the school district, and then we would sublease to Habitat.
And do we know those terms yet?
So we have a funding agreement with Habitat, and that's not something that typically comes before council.
Okay, but if one is interested, might one see it?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Right.
And lastly, and this was triggered for me by Mayor Brockett's hotline. Is it not the case that we are both funding, constructing, and through Habitat essentially operating this facility?
Correct.
So many of the community members have looked for changes to the IGA. Cannot most of their concerns, as Mayor Brockett pointed out in his hotline, be satisfied by us alone? In other words, rather than having to negotiate something new with BVSD, if we want to commit to something, we can commit to something.
Mm-hmm.
We're the operator, we're the builder, we're responsible.
Yes, I would say to a certain extent, unless it requires the school district.
Okay, because I think there's opportunity there
Yes.
for us to address community concerns, because for the most part, the school district is not going to be involved in the issues that we want to deal with and resolve on behalf of community interest. Am I off base on that?
Yeah, I guess I would push back a little bit. I mean, I believe that the school board does have public meetings. The community can come and testify and share their concerns directly with their school board.
Just to give you an example, and then I'll let my colleagues ask their questions. If the school board says it's not convenient for us to allow you to use 65th Street under certain terms, conditions, or hours, we have the option of simply doing deliveries at a different time, do we not?
Mm-hmm.
It's not that we need to negotiate something with BVSD. We have to simply be prepared to commit to the community what we're doing. Am I wrong?
No, you're not wrong. It
Okay,
just
that
adds
opens
complexity to the operation of the factory, that's all.
Okay,
So
that
just
opens the
caution.
door for a conversation among ourselves and what we want to do and provide to the community as opposed to trying to go back to BVSD and relitigating the unlitigatable. Okay, thank you.
Mark, then Matt, then Tara, then Junie.
It's all good. My dad's name's Mark.
Yeah.
Appreciate the
Right.
flattery. So Mark, I just want to say great questions. And I think spot on trying to find a place to alleviate some of the stress points. So I really appreciate what you brought up and clarified, I think, in this conversation. So I just want to draw light to that. Awesome. My question centers specifically around, I think, the piece that was what we changed to bring us to tonight, which was regarding the change, as Bob pointed out, we're changing one digit, or at least we were hoping to change one digit, maybe less successfully than we had hoped. But the language says sort of, to the extent of deliveries to and from the factory via 63rd will be minimized to the greatest extent possible. I don't even know what that means. And I get why that's there. And I understand some need for flexibility given that there could be constraints on when deliveries can happen based on staffing or operator issues with those bringing materials. So I get there could be constraints, and so needing a safety valve is important. I get that. But really where my question is going to come from is, if we're the operator, can't we monitor that traffic and to some extent make sure we set some guardrails for ourselves, because we own, if I'm not mistaken, part of 63rd. So we can throttle that to our content, if I'm not mistaken. And so I just want to make sure that even though in here there's ambiguity, we can remove that based on our actions and how we run this facility. So I just, in the specificity of the issue that brought us to tonight, I just wanted to sort of get that clarity that we can control that for ourselves, and the ambiguity is really irrelevant in the IGA to that extent. Is that a good way to say that? I see people searching.
Yes.
Awesome. Okay, cool. I got
So
it.
that was a yes from.
Gotcha.
Yeah, okay, great.
Jay's legs are exhausted at this
That's
point,
right.
coming right up to the to the podium. So thank you, Jay. Appreciate that.
Right, Tara, Junie, Rachel.
Well, before I talk about my main question, a quick question, Aaron. When you said 12, I'm particularly thinking about the implications for wildlife on 63rd Street, and couldn't it be less than, do you know how in your hotline you mentioned 12? Can
Yeah.
it be 6, 5, 3?
So that was done in conjunction with city staff. So maybe we could ask, is there flexibility? Because I certainly would be happy with a lower number if that is feasible. So maybe Jay or someone else, you can address whether it could work within a smaller number.
Hey there, Jay Stugnick again, Housing and Human Services. So yes, the 12 is really to try to provide operational flexibility. Again, it's 12 each month, and my understanding of the intent of that was, to be clear, we're not talking about 10 to 12 trips a day. We're talking about 10 to 12 a month. We could go lower, but it's really difficult to predict without having a factory that's up and running, not understanding, what issues we might have with supply chain in the future. So yes, it's possible, and we would do our best to adhere to that. But I guess our request would to try to keep it as high as possible.
Well, I think I read that if it was a paved road, it would have less impact than dust and dirt. And so was there any discussion on, does 12 actually have impact? Where is the impact? When does it happen?
Well, just to be clear, so the road is currently paved. The stormwater is not treated. I cannot tell you what the impact, the difference between 6 and 12 a month would be.
Can I do a colloquy question?
Yeah. So I can go back to my main subject, which is not actually this.
Yes, because we're talking about this, I had some questions on this too. I think Aaron's hotline post, and I don't know if this came from staff or from Aaron, said 12 on average. So that's really 144 a year. So you could have one in January and 143 in December, right? I mean, that's what it said, right? It says on average,
yes.
right? So could you live with, I'm gonna X, whatever X is going to be, because we're going to come back to that in a second, per month, not per month, on average. Could you live with that?
Yes.
Okay. So are you okay with that, Aaron, taking out the average part? Sure. Okay. I want to come back. I'm going to turn it back over to Tara. I want to come back to the number 2, so.
Okay. So that's okay, Jay, this isn't for you. Unless you're a bird expert. I was really moved by so many of the letters, the Audubon Society, the Eagles, and I learned more about the Sombrero Marsh than we have all. Haven't we all in the past month that we ever knew? I can say I have for sure. I was specifically moved by the fact that this is a flyway for migrating birds. And so what I would like to see is there a way to know, to come for whoever, is there a way that we're going to monitor whether we do affect the birds or not? We have a lot of stress on birds right now. We have airplanes and we have climate change. And so I don't want to just hope for the best when it comes to, well, hopefully the factory won't affect the birds. I really do want to know, will it affect the migratory behaviors of the birds? Can we come back as well? And I really like what Nicole said. Thanks, Nicole. About coming back to us. And I would like that study as well, because I feel like a lot of the community really hit it spot on when they said this is an unusual space, and I would really like to see protection for the wildlife and the birds in a specific manner, not just we're going to try. So I'm hoping that we can study it, and maybe we can study it while we're doing it and then come back and say, well, it did work out or it didn't work out. And if I was living there, what I would want it, I guess what I would want to know is if it doesn't work out and it does affect the birds, then what's our plan B? So I just don't want to leave it to chance when it comes to that open space, and I'm hoping that we can do something specific for the avian community.
Is there a question?
Yes.
Or just for?
Can we? That's my question. Can we? Are there any bird experts here tonight?
Councilmember, I am not a bird expert. Let me make that clear. I know that we have our Director of Open Space and Mountain Parks. I don't know if at this moment we know that for sure, but we can certainly take that back if that is not known to staff.
Looks like we got Dan Burke popping up. Dan, would you like to speak?
Sure. Dan Burke, Director, Open Space and Mountain Parks. Just in terms of monitoring impacts, I just want to point out it's certainly something that our department staff does throughout the year on a number of different species and a number of different areas. But I would just like to caution that 1 year data does not necessarily mean a trend. For instance, there's a lot of reasons why you might see a fluctuation in certain numbers in a certain location in a given year. And it may or may not have something to do with a very specific attribute, such as the new factory or something like that. But our staff would be more than willing to help in any sort of monitoring or any sort of trend analysis over time in this area. It is an important area for us, and willing to play a helping hand when and if needed.
Thanks for that, Dan. Is that it, Tara?
Yep.
Okay, got Jeannie and Rachel.
That's why I love Tara so much, because she has such a big heart talking about the birds, and thank you for bringing that up, because that was part of my question or my thought, because as I was reading the packet, it talked about the Environmental Education Center with BVSD, and in relations to some of community concerns with Sombrero Marsh. So, and also talking about SMP. So I'm thinking, well, there must be some type of work already being done there, or at least there's some level of care. Am I correct to think that way, that, you know, yes, we're concerned about this, but nonetheless, there is already some type of, because of the center, there is some kind of already monitoring process going on with that. Would you know? Oh, anybody knows.
That's right. Is that a question for Dan again?
Junie, what's the question is, do we do specific monitoring at Sombrero Marsh?
Or even with BVSD, because the thing is, one of the question, or at least the thought that I had with, whether it's with the traffic, with Sombrero Marsh, and I understand you will be doing some type of monitoring, but I'm wondering, how can we offload some of that process to BVSD since, for instance, they already have this center that they mentioned about the Environmental Education Center and the Ecological Institute and OSMP. So I'm wondering, is there a way of offloading that instead of us taking on that role ourselves?
Yeah, certainly citizen science could play a role over time in monitoring this area. And what I mean by that is we often have a number of volunteers, volunteer groups, individuals that are out on our system monitoring. For instance, our Raptor monitoring program is done primarily through volunteers. It is a very popular program for people wanting to get involved in this type of thing. So monitoring very much could rely on non-staff personnel that is guided by parameters that staff sets up. So that's certainly a possibility.
Yeah. Thank you for that. And I think my next question is about the traffic we were talking about, the 12 months, 12 at least or at most, on average, 12 a month. Again, I'm wondering who's going to be doing the monitoring? Because my hope is that at the end of this process, we will not be doing any type of monitoring. Because again, I'm wondering what type of staff time will be utilized for that as opposed to let's just have a process or at least put it into the IGA that it's going to be 12, that's it, and whatever other process, BVSD will do it. Because again, why should it be us doing the extra monitoring, taking staff's time while we do it in time for the next update in a year, or have them submit a report to us that, yes, we did, these are, how do I put it, exact criteria, and you will follow them. Thank you.
So did you want to get a question addressed there, or just?
No, that was just a thought that as opposed to having monitoring processes, just have clear guidelines to BVSD to follow. Thank you.
Thank you.
My question was answered, so I will hold for comments.
Okay. Bob?
Yes, I do want to come back and ask some questions about the number now. First of all, I very much appreciate, Aaron, you submitting those clarifying points, and I think that the noise one in particular is very, very helpful, so thanks for that. But I am still concerned about the number. I voted in favor of this in the first reading in reliance upon staff saying that there'd be 1 or 2 deliveries per week inbound and 1 or 2 removals per month outbound. If you add up those numbers, that comes out between 5 and 10. So I was obviously a little concerned when staff says, oh, no more than 12. And so I don't know where 12 comes from. It seems to me like it should be a number that be well below the maximum number of deliveries that you anticipated, which was 10 per month. And so I'm not understanding how we're at 10 or 12 if that's supposed to be a maximum, because that's all the deliveries. And there's language here, as Matt points out, it's a little ambiguous, but I thought the school district did a pretty good job of saying that they would permit deliveries on 65th Street as long as it didn't interfere with their operations, and I appreciate that. So that's great. And so this would seem to be within our control, because it's us and Habitat that's running the factory, not the school district. Let's just be honest about that, right? It's us and Habitat. And these are, the best problems are problems that are fixable with money, because those are the easiest problems to fix, right? And so we're going to control deliveries. We'll be able to control deliveries. I get the fact there's supply chain issues and so on and so forth, but with enough money, a delivery company will deliver anytime you want, day or night, right? And so why do you need 10 or 12 when that's the most you told us you'd ever have?
Again, just operational flexibility. So, I mean, if it's council's desire to have something less, and that is your prerogative. But yeah. And as I tried to state before, too, I think there is willingness on this part of the school district to utilize 65th to the greatest extent practical. But we can't predict the future perfectly. So that's what I'm saying. A lower number is fine. I just wouldn't go so low as 1 to 2 a month.
Okay. And so you want to reserve the right to have all of the deliveries on 63rd?
I think, well, it's still more. So just to be clear, what we did say was 1 to 2 trips of small trucks a week.
Right.
Large trucks, 1 to 2 a month.
Right.
And then every 14 to 16 weeks or 18 weeks was the modules would be removed.
Right. Yeah, but that doesn't, I mean, that's, when you're saying 10 to 12, that's all of those numbers added together. So it's all of them you're asking for the flexibility. So I'm not supporting that. I gotta tell you.
Go lower.
You're kind of blowing this up for me. Okay, I'll say that for comments, but I'm not liking your answers.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just want to colloquy just with kind of a clarifying question. We're talking like when we say 10 trips or 12 trips a month, like we're talking about one vehicle kind of coming down 63rd to that property.
Yep.
Is that correct? And do we have a sense of how many vehicles are kind of already doing that trip? Because like I look at 63rd, there is the manufactured home community that looks like it's got a few dozen, maybe homes there. I believe the access is on 63rd, so that's kind of a car coming down. There's the storage facility that has quite a few units. I don't know sort of how many vehicles are coming in for that. And then there's Thorn, there's kind of the BVSD access. So, you know, when I think about the difference between 10 or 12 a month with all the car trips that sort of seem to be already happening there, it really feels like it's a bit of a drop in the bucket. And I feel like I'm misunderstanding something about what we're talking about with regard to trips, because I'm just kind of confused on the difference between 10 and 12 when we've already got cars and vehicles moving through here. I mean, is the concern about trucks? Is the concern, I feel like I'm missing something.
No,
So I don't know if that's maybe just some clarification.
No, I really appreciate your question because, yeah, so my understanding is that for the central kitchen, there are about 4 to 5 semi-trucks that access the site via 63rd every day. There's also about 60 maintenance vehicles on the school district campus. About half leave 63rd, half through 65th. And then that doesn't even include all the vehicles accessing Thorn. So there is quite a bit of traffic. That's why, we just wanted to try to set that ceiling to say, we're not talking about hundreds of trips or dozens of trips every day. We're just talking about 1 to 2. But again, it's council's prerogative. If you want to set that ceiling lower, we will follow it.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Yeah, thanks for that. Are we done with questions? Move on to comments. Some more. Okay.
I can't stop myself. Hang on. The city's responsible for utility upgrades for the project. Do we have an estimate of the cost on that? And is that cost within the 8.5 million?
Yes.
Okay.
So I have the cost. I don't know it off the top of my head. I'd have to dig through it.
But it's within the 8.5?
Yes.
Okay, that's good enough. Don't go anywhere. As we construct these modular homes, in the event that there are construction defects, who bears the liability and the expense of remedying those defects? It happens, it's construction.
Just like any other habitat build, it would be habitat.
Okay, good. And lastly, I hope we will adopt Mayor Brockett's suggestion with respect to the noise consultant.
Mm-hmm.
But my question is, when does that factor in? Is it before construction? Will it have any impact on the plans and specs for the facility?
Mm-hmm.
I would obviously not like it to be after it's built, because then you're stuck. So do you have a sense of when that would be integrated?
I do. I know exactly when it's going to happen. So the week of January 9th, the acoustical engineer will set up noise monitoring equipment on school district property, and they'll also set up equipment in another modular factory in Denver, and then they'll be able to compare those two. So we have purposely not finalized the construction documents until we have the results of that, the acoustical engineer's work and recommendations.
Thank you. That's the perfect answer.
Great. Do you have one more?
I do have a question before you go. I was a bit, maybe just to clarify, not confused all the way. as I was reading, it says that the modular homes, the homes would be for city residents, and I was wondering, okay, well, this is a BVSD project. Or will it be for teachers specifically? Or no, no. Again.
So it's habitat. So basically, they're taking their habitat model and moving it indoors. That's the easiest way to think about it. So everything that Habitat currently does, they're going to continue to do. So they serve the entire Boulder County, roughly. But the first units that come out of the factory will be dedicated to the city, in particular Ponderosa. So we're replacing those aging mobile homes with fixed foundation, super energy efficient fixed foundation modular homes. After Ponderosa, there are other opportunities. We talked about that last time. Other sites within Boulder, but Boulder will be prioritized for a while. But if we don't have opportunities in Boulder, we're going to look outside.
Yeah. Thank you. I was just thinking about teachers. Thank you.
Great. Okay, maybe we can move on to comments. And if people don't mind, if I call on myself just to daylight the hotline post that I put out, and for people who didn't see that. Just, I was suggesting that since the operations of the factory are within the city's purview, along with the lease to Habitat, that we could add some additional conditions on our own operations, separate that comply with the IGA, but go further than the IGA. And specifically, as we've been talking about, to put a maximum on the number of factory deliveries on 63rd Street, and also to say that we will implement the noise reduction recommendations by the acoustical engineer to the extent reasonably feasible. And then I'm now thinking about adding in the 1-year check-in that we were talking about from before as well. So just wanted to get that out there as part of the discussion. And and I'll just start with that, but then people can add additional thoughts. But I'm hoping that can be part of what we consider tonight. And the way we would do that is that we would pass all the motions that were put up on before, and then this would be a separate motion to then give direction to city staff about how this is operated. Okay, with that on the table, I saw Matt first, and then Nicole, and then Tara. Yes. Oh, go ahead then.
My clarifying question is just around whether some of this also applies to construction, or if we're just talking about after the factory is completed, then.
So the deliveries would be about operations rather than construction. The acoustical engineer is, so it's about how it's built.
Before things are built, yeah. But the city's still controlling the construction as well.
Correct.
Right. Okay, thank you.
Okay, and I got, Matt, Tara, and I got Lauren as well. Rachel, and then.
Thanks, Aaron. And again, thanks for your hotline. I think this helps focus us. And I do think, given that we are the funder, builder, operator, we can take on some added responsibility to better the environment and hopefully meet some of the needs of the neighbors and the surrounding community. I think we can take some of that on. So I'm glad that we're approaching that. A couple pieces that I would like to add to that is I'd like to be clearer with regards to 63rd versus 65th. I see where Bob's going, and I would like to, if we can go further, say, we just won't use 63rd. I mean, if we get to schedule this and say there's constraints on when BVSD's in session, it's school start, school lets out, the rest of that timing's fair game. And if we need to bring in some deliveries at 5 or 6 a.m. to avoid 63rd, then I think it's on us to try to do that. I would try to keep 63rd just off the table to minimize impacts to Columbine and Sunbury Marsh. So if we can take on that onus, we control the entry point of 63rd, I'd love to see if we can put that in there. That'd be something I'd like to see. The other one is I'd love to take Dan Burke up on thinking about how we can use this opportunity for a citizen science project and or a long-term study of impacts. I'm a wildlife photographer. I'm not a bird expert, but I am a proud birder. And so I go to that area to photograph all the time. So it would be nice just from my own professional photography perspective to know the impacts and whether or not my trotting around is causing impacts or if it's noise from further away. Kind of ingest a little bit my impacts, but I'm saying I would like to take that opportunity to study that environment, and I think it would be good for us as a whole, and I think that would be a worthwhile thing. So I think we could take that on ourselves. So those are two places I'd like to see us take on. The third I'd toss out is we may be making modifications to our lighting ordinance when we fold in the street lights, as we will have to do with regards to our lighting ordinance if we approve the street light acquisition from Excel. And as a result of that, if we make modifications here in the next few months, long before we build anything, maybe we take it on ourselves to build that facility. Won't impact the rest of BVSD, but we build that facility with perhaps the lighting ordinance that gets modified if there's any changes there. That's something we could take on ourselves. If we change perhaps the brightness temperature or change our shielding requirements, perhaps that's something we could do there as well. So I think there's a few instances that we could take a little greater onus to make this a little better.
Okay, thanks, Matt. Tara and Lauren.
I have a lot of confidence in this city that we can simultaneously do a great project with Habitat for Humanity and also take care of our marsh. I really think we can do both. So I want to start out with that. When I went to that Columbine school, who went there? You did, Lauren did. The kids were so excited about flood mitigation and environmental impacts that it was stunning. And so I'm going to combine Lauren, Nicole, everybody's ideas of Nicole's and Junie's and Matt's. And I have this thought that I wonder if it's possible. If we can, and this is probably for Susan, can we combine what Habitat is doing with the children, with the kids, right? With the kids, and ask them to also do their own environmental impacts and noise and add how the noise, whether or not the noise and the lighting is affecting the marsh as well. Can't that be part of the educational process? I mean, because I think that the students would care about that environmental aspects the most out of everybody. That's my personal opinion, seeing that these Columbine Elementary School students were outstanding in, it was touching the way they cared about the world. So that's my question, also my comment, that I think we can do both.
Thanks, Tara. I got Lauren.
Thank you. I appreciated, Aaron, your hotline and other council members and kind of thinking about how, as the owner and operator, we have a significant amount of, not owner, but as the builder operator, we have significant control over what happens on this property. I appreciate that the IGA includes height limit constraints, that it requires not just this property, but the entire campus to meet our quite strict lighting regulations, our citywide noise ordinances, and then, the missing piece is that traffic piece. And I think that as the operator, that is within our control. Instead of focusing so much on exactly how many trips per month, we're seeing, what I would really like to see is this being an iterative process. So, one of the things that was brought up was sort of how is the community able to bring forth issues that they have once this project is built. And I think that we should be facilitating that once a year check-in. I would appreciate if that included reaching out to the neighbors to understand what their experience is of this and how we can address any concerns that come up in the operation of this, as well as reaching out to Thorn and OSMP and finding out what they have learned, so that not only can we do the right things in terms of taking into account the sound engineers' recommendations, but also continue to improve, because a lot of noise mitigation and things like that does have to do with use and not just with how exactly the building is built. Thanks.
Thanks, Lauren. I got Rachel and then Junie. No, Rachel, then Mark.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to just step back maybe a little bit and compliment Kurt and Jay and our, BBSD for a pretty cool project. I remember, Kurt, we were sitting in a coffee shop, I want to say maybe it was a long time ago with Sam Weaver, when you were really excited talking about how cool it would be that we could create the space right where BBSD students are, where they could, go go right out the door into this factory where they could learn these skills, and we would get affordable housing. Like I guess I just don't want us to lose sight of this is a really awesome thing that's going to bring us affordable housing and help our students to have good life skills that they can turn into careers in careers that are highly needed. So just want to say thank you for all the work, and thank you to BBSD for considering all the amendments that we have asked for. In terms of what we're talking about around sort of good neighbor agreements and stuff, I am worried that we are saying things that don't have teeth. Like we're committing to things that are not necessarily enforceable and potentially tying our own hands. So I understand Bob's concern that it could be one trip and then 130 a different month, and that we could try and make some differences. But I don't know, like from what I heard from Habitat, like if Matt suggested, well, we'll deliver at 5 a.m. I'm not sure there's going to be volunteers that want to be there to receive it at 5 a.m. under their plan. So and I'm not sure that the neighbors would like deliveries at 5 a.m. I guess I'm a little bit concerned about us trying to get in the weeds in ways that I don't do. I don't run a workshop or manufacturing facility, and if there are supply chain issues or something that we're into the 13th delivery of a month and we can't then figure out a way to get it there, and then we don't get a whole unit of housing built, that like and we can't use the other street because BVSD won't I don't know, it just doesn't work out. I think that I'm concerned about us getting in the weeds when we have staff who have worked on this for well over a year, I think, and it is I think it's a project that we support. So just concerned about committing to things that are unenforceable and then thinking that we're wed to that. I think that we should be considerate and we should be good neighbors without having to be asked on some of these things. And yet I think as an operator of something that's supposed to be a community good, and if we go offline, I don't know if these students are then relegated to I don't know what for that day that they're supposed to be in there working on stuff. So I just want us to be mindful of ripple effects of the things that we're talking about. Thanks.
Thanks, Rachel. Mark?
I think we've taken a lot of steps to try to address community concerns. I'm not that concerned about a good neighbor agreement as I am about our making the appropriate commitments to our neighbors. In terms of enforceability, the community is always welcome to enforce it against us in November. And but I think we're doing things here, trying to address legitimate concerns, and I'm not unhappy that we're doing it. I think Aaron's suggestions about the noise consultant are spot on. I would be in agreement with Matt. If we control the traffic, we'll find a way. We just won't use 63rd Street. It's not that there won't be any other traffic on there, but it's a community concern. It doesn't cost us anything to try to be a good neighbor in that fashion. And if for some reason there's a real problem down the road, we can revisit it. But I'm happy to make a commitment, or to have the city make a commitment to not use 65th Street, because I think it goes not entirely all the way in what the community wants, which is probably don't build it, but I think it's a good project, and to the extent that we can address those concerns, I'm happy for us to go beyond the letter of the IGA, which is really an agreement between us and BVSD. And it's not relevant for most of the things we're trying to address this evening, because BVSD doesn't control the traffic, doesn't control the construction, is not going to operate the facility. So I think if we want to, in effect, keep faith with the community, and if not address every concern, do it as best we can, I think there are things we can do here, and I'm happy to have us make those commitments. I agree with Tara and others who've spoken about some kind of monitoring process. I don't necessarily care if it's staff or if we authorize OSBT to stand up a committee, put on some students, put on the Audubon Society, just to take a look at this and make sure that a year from now, we're not causing damage. I think that's an easy commitment to fulfill. I think it will address some specific problems that people have had with this proposal, and will let us move on and get this thing going. So.
Great, thanks, Mark. So I'll call, Bob, and then I'll call on myself.
Yeah, I'm going to agree with what I think Matt and Mark both said with reason, and actually Rachel too, about ongoing commitments. Because I don't think we should try to make ongoing commitments that are very difficult for us to measure and enforce. I think the noise thing is a one-time thing. It's just go out there, have an acoustical engineer tell us what we need to do, and we do it, and then we're done with it, right? And same with maybe the annual report. Whether it's around birds, whether it's around other impacts, that's a one-time thing. Maybe it's annual, but it's not frequent. I would suggest that we take out, with all due respect, Aaron, the bit about traffic altogether, because I'm afraid that whatever number gets slotted in there, whether it's 12 or 10 or some other number, that then becomes the delivery number. And I don't want a delivery number. I want the delivery number to be 0. The school board was, I thought, generous in giving us what we wanted, what I thought we wanted. And I feel like we're kind of backsliding a little bit by saying, but we the city reserve the right to have a bunch of deliveries there, and I don't want us to reserve that right. I want the school district controls 65th Street, so I get why they have constraints there, and what they've written is fine with me. But I don't want us to then go and say, but we reserve the right to do a bunch of deliveries on 63rd Street, whether it's 10 or 12 or whatever the number is. I would just eliminate that part of Aaron's suggestion, and then we have the nice thing about this is we're trying to get traffic off of 63rd Street for 2 principal reasons. One, it could adversely affect our open space, and next, it could adversely affect residents we have there at the mobile home park. Well, the good news is you guys are in the Human Services Department, so you have some sensitivity around the mobile home park, and I'm pretty sure the Dan's going to be and the open space board's going to be kind of watching if there's a lot of traffic going by that open space. So this is all really internal, and I don't think we need to write, to Rachel's point, I don't think we need to write this down. And I don't want to put a number in it because that then becomes the number. So I would just eliminate that, my suggestion, Aaron, would be eliminate that part of Aaron's hotline post. Everything else I think is just fine, and that's kind of what would earn my vote.
Can I colloquy with you?
Please.
Do you mind if I go first, because it was sort of addressed? So, Bob, I hear you. So, but the reason why I put that in there is that I've heard from concerned neighbors and people concerned about the health of the marsh, that while the language in the IGA strives to minimize traffic on 63rd, that we could potentially have a lot of traffic on 63rd, right? So. And so I'm trying to provide some assurance that no, there will not be a lot of traffic on 63rd, because the language in the IGA is not super specific. So what I would suggest is, rather than eliminating that language entirely, is to add something to the effect of, say, that we shall strive to eliminate all traffic along 63rd Street, but ensure that no more than, ensure that factory deliveries will be limited to no more than, say, 10 a month. So that we get language in there that's showing that, hey, number one, we're striving to go to 0, but in no case will it be more than a certain amount. And then people know, okay, but in no case will we ever put 100 trucks, a day or a month along that road. So I think people did have concerns there. So that's my.
I agree. I think that's a great alternate formulation. I would go with that.
Jeannie, did you have something?
Yeah, I think I was just going to ask you, I mean, if my fellow council members are in agreement with that, I was just going to ask you, I think you might have answered that, and I'm sorry if I didn't hear it.
Right.
How did you come about the 12? Because I did see a community member did send an email about how there was a previous conversation about 10, and then you came up with 12.
It was in consultation with city staff to preserve operational flexibility. And then what we've heard from them tonight is say, well, we could reduce that a little bit, but if we go too far, then there may be some case where we're going to inhibit the operation of the factory and be unable to provide the volunteers with the supplies that they need.
Thank you. And I think my other question, to Bob's point, I hear him and I hear you as well, and yours was on consultation with staff, and staff who has already been in consultation with BVSD. So I'm more inclined to follow your position, but my question is if we were to go where Bob is going, would we have to go back to BVSD because we've already been there? So I'm wondering, would we have, no?
It's our own.
Okay, thank you.
Hey, Nicole?
Yeah, I just wanted to offer a few comments. First of all, I think, with this project, it is really helpful for me just kind of hearing this reiteration that the city has control over the operations, as well as the construction, right? That we really have some control there. I hear that there was kind of one meeting with BVSD that, maybe the neighbors did not all neighbors walked away feeling satisfactory about that meeting. I have just personal experience with how great the city can be with regard to engagement on bigger projects, just from all the work that city staff did around CU South and my neighborhood that abuts CU South. And so, as I'm thinking about this, what Lauren was saying about having an iterative process going forward, building some relationships with some of the nearby community members, organizations, with Thorn, that I know we already have some of those, but really just kind of giving people a point person that they can go to with questions, with concerns, things like that. I feel like that's part of that relationship building that becomes really helpful as a neighbor next to where a big project is being talked about. I think, it's good the entire property is going to be subject to our city noise and light ordinances. That to me feels like it's addressing a lot of concerns there. And just to some of these discussions about making 63rd off limits, I would really like to preserve a little bit of flexibility there for folks with regard to deliveries and things like that. As somebody who, nothing nearly this big, but having gone through some bigger construction projects in my work, it can really make a difference when a delivery happens and when it is not allowed to happen. If you're waiting on one key piece of equipment that requires a large truck or something, oftentimes it's coming from out of state or from a different area. And having a constraint can sometimes delay a project for not just, a day or two, but weeks, which then adds a lot of cost to the project and things like that. So I do believe in our city staff and being able to build some good relationships, to use things judiciously, recognizing that we have heard a lot of community concern here about the impacts of this project on people living and studying in this area and some of the organizations that are out there. So I would just like us to offer some flexibility there in terms of letting staff bring in equipment and things as is needed throughout the project. And what I hear people saying is that's not likely to be more than 12 or so trips a month. So I think for me, given what I expect is the volume of other vehicles coming in there, it's not 10 versus 12. I mean, 12 is not, it's not that much relative to what's already going on. So I would just like for us to offer some flexibility to expedite the process.
Thanks, Nicole. So maybe to get us to a conclusion here, Teresa, I'm going to look over to you here. So we're having a lot of discussion about conditions to place here. Which is I think where the crux of council's discussion is coming, and would it be possible to make the motion about those constrictions before we've passed all the other motions, so that we've established that we will make these commitments, and then if the other motions fail, it all becomes irrelevant. But because I feel like council probably wants to get this done before we make all those other motions, would be my guess.
Yes, Mayor, that's certainly possible. I believe you would make it a motion conditioned upon the annexation item passing.
Okay, very good. So here's what if I could, move forward on this. So here's what I'm hearing in terms of potential conditions. What I'm going to suggest is changing the traffic one to say that we will strive to eliminate all traffic on 63rd Street, but ensure that factory deliveries on 63rd Street will in no case exceed 10 per month. And so that we have the striving, but we also place a cap. And it sounds like 10 we can still work within, to Bob's point about the total math. That we do the acoustic noise recommendation as previously stated, to the extent reasonably feasible, implement noise reductions. Recommendations by the acoustical engineer on the design and operation of the factory. Then two additional ones. One is to work with the Open Space and Mountain Parks Department to have ongoing monitoring of potential impact on birds at Sombrero Marsh. This is kind of to Tara and Matt's point.
Just-
Yep,
I would just-
and I'm open to comments here.
I would just
Yeah.
say, I wouldn't limit it to just birds. I think birds are the known
To-
impacted
okay.
species, but I would just say to wildlife.
To impact on wildlife.
Yes. Thank you, appreciate that.
At Sombrero March. Okay, very good. And then the other one is to have a check-in on operations at the facility 1 year after commencement of operations that includes neighborhood outreach. And so that's what I got. I'm open to comments or suggested changes.
2 words, wildlife and pollution. One of the concerns was pollution of Sombrero Marsh.
What are we quantifying here? I'm not sure what we'd be trying to measure. Because like the waste, like the
Yeah,
runoff won't go.
runoff, negative impacts on the water quality.
Of wildlife and water quality?
Yeah, that sounds good.
Can I just ask Dan if that's can you work with that? Potential impact on wildlife and water quality? You're muted.
Yes, excuse me, Dan Burke, Open Space Mountain Parks. One of my concerns with where we're going with this is that if you're asking us to monitor specifically due to the factory, I mean, like I said, when we monitor different trends in different years could point to a number of different situations. A lot of these migratory birds come from out of the area, and so climate and impacts from that area could impact the numbers that we're seeing that come to the marsh. So I just want to be clear of what you're asking. We certainly could do more enhanced monitoring of all these issues at Sombrero Marsh, but I would be concerned if it's tied specifically to trying to tie that back to whether or not the factory is causing these, in any given year, causing these issues.
Could I respond to that since
Yeah,
I brought
please.
that up?
Yeah.
Thanks, Aaron. And thanks, Dan, for bringing that up. I agree with you completely. There are a lot of variables that go into that. I'm very aware of those, and so I would not be tying it to. Yes, I would not tie it. I just think we want to study those baselines, and maybe something arises where it's clearly obvious the factory or not. But I think I wouldn't study it with a preconceived outcome that we would be judging the study against the factory specifically. So I would agree with your assessment that just enhanced study to understand what's going on, and maybe something shows up, maybe it doesn't, but to just ignore that and not do it, I think is maybe not in the interests of trying to make sure that we're being good environmental stewards of that environment. Does that help you at ease if it's just we're going to study
Yes.
and not tied to an indictment of the factory, so to speak?
I think that does alleviate that concern, and I would use the word enhanced because obviously we have done studies out there, and so it would be more of an enhancement.
Beautiful.
So would you say to have ongoing enhanced monitoring? Is that what you're looking for? Okay. And then I think if we just don't mention, due to the factory specifically, then your department can just look at the status of things in general out there. Okay. Good. Any other comments there? Nicole and then Rachel.
Yeah, I was just wondering about this because some of the emails that we got were asking about an environmental study or something of the marsh there, and I am just wondering if that's anything that could illuminate the kinds of things to be paying attention to if there were some sort of environmental study. And I don't know if that's kind of all together in the same thing or if that's totally different.
So I guess I would look, I think we have done some environmental evaluation. This would measure potential impacts. There were specific requests for like an EIS, I think environmental impact study, which I think would have far-reaching implications if we did that. Maybe I can look to Jay or Kurt to address that.
Yes, and I'll try to get it right this time because I think I butchered it last time. So because we're receiving federal funding, there was a requirement to do an environmental assessment phase 1, and that is predominantly looking at cultural resources, known contaminants. It's not the full-blown environmental impact statement, which is what the neighbors were really asking for. So this environmental assessment phase 1 found basically findings of no significant impact. So that basically allows us to progress forward. So one of the neighbors did challenge this with the Housing and Urban Development. We responded to HUD, and HUD actually just, I think it was yesterday, replied that there was no merit to that objection. So in our opinion, we think we're good in terms of moving forward.
But just
Does
to,
that help?
I think the full EIS, that's a long process, is it not? I mean, like, do we have a quantification? Is this a year, 2 years?
I've never done one.
Yeah. I don't know, do we have, I saw some nodding heads over here, so maybe you have.
I'm afraid I don't know a timeline, but what it would do is trigger additional obligations that we've been told are not necessary and are not required, right? Because if the environmental assessment, they look at certain factors in the environmental assessment to determine whether an environmental impact study is required. And here the determination has been made that that is not a required step.
Got it, okay. Any other, yes, Rachel?
Just want to go back to the deliveries real quick. So if I'm hearing you, it's 120 a year max, right? 10 a month. So I would say, you know, for anybody who's ever had like a refrigerator even lined up to be delivered, like that stuff can get moved around. And so let's say we've had our 10th and it's supposed to come on the 1st, but then something happens and it shows up on the 30th. Are we really not going to receive that? That seems silly to tie our hands like that. So I would at least, if we're going to say 10, which I probably would bump up, say, and up to 20 a month, or like just give ourselves a buffer. It's not going to be every month. It's going to be 120 total a year, but there could be one month where it's 5 trucks are lined up to come at one time, and then, you know, I don't know, something happens so that we don't disrupt the process. And then a different month there would be 10 or 0, because we've used up that 10 from another month, and it's still only 1 truck 5 days a week for that month. That math is right. You may not agree with me, but the math is right.
I'm seeing a lot of shaking heads from your colleagues. So the informal straw poll was a no-go on that, but I appreciate the comment, Rachel. Any other comments? No. Okay. All right. Well, so here's then, I'll propose that I move forward with this contingent motion, and then we proceed from there. And then maybe I'll speak a couple words after I make the motion. So I move to declare that it is council's desire that the city will mitigate potential impacts on neighboring properties and during the operation of the affordable housing modular factory, and will strive to eliminate all traffic along 63rd Street, but ensure that factory deliveries on 63rd Street will in no case exceed 10 per month. To the extent reasonably feasible, implement noise reduction recommendations by the acoustical engineer in the design and operation of the factory. Work with the Open Space and Mountain Parks Department to have ongoing enhanced monitoring of potential impacts on wildlife and water quality at Sombrero Marsh. And have a check-in on operations at the facility 1 year after commencement of operations that includes neighborhood outreach. This is contingent upon approval of the annexation. Well, do I have a second?
Second.
Second. Oh, nice.
I should run from there.
And just to speak to it, I appreciate all the concerns that have been registered, and I think we've been trying to listen to neighbors, but also we've got an incredibly important program for the community to move forward, and I think the residents of Ponderosa Mobile Home Park will thank us all very much when they move into these energy efficient homes that were built at this facility. We're going to be mitigating noise, light, runoff, traffic, et cetera. We're doing the best we can to make sure that it does not have a negative impact on the marsh or the neighbors. So I feel like it's a tough set of compromises, but I feel like we're coming to the best outcome possible. So there's my little speech. Call for a vote then, and this is a show of hands, right, Alicia? All in favor of the motion on the table? All right, that looks like a unanimous one. Thanks, everybody. Now, could we get the motion language for the rest of it? And I'll let somebody else take over here. How many words do we have to say to make this legal?
I don't know, but Rachel's our official speed reader.
Yes,
I'm only kidding. You just did a great job on that last long one. You crushed it.
So if the motion is exactly as was published in the agenda, you can move it as stated in the agenda. It's when we change it up that we have to read it into the record.
I move to pass as stated in the agenda.
Second.
Motion and a second. Do you have a roll call on this one, Alicia?
Yes, sir, we do.
Okay.
Now, Teresa, just as a clarifying question, are we voting on all 5 items as a group, or do we need to vote on them individually?
Because it's a serial annexation, let me see if Hella's available. Hella, with the serial annexation, can we do one vote, since there's language in here that the second annexation is contingent upon the first passing? Or would it be better to take these motions one at a time?
I think to be safe, I would take them one at a time, or at least bunch together first the annexation of the westerly portion, and then after that pass the annexation of the easterly portion, because only the first annexation creates the contiguity for the second annexation.
Thank you, that's helpful.
Thank you.
So I'd take them one at a time.
I'm sorry.
Okay. So, Matt, do you want to start over again with the first one? Or, I think you can just mention the resolution number.
I thought I had it easy.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see. I think I can just go from each number on down. Okay, so I make a motion to approve as stated in the agenda, Resolution 1317.
Second? Do you have a second?
I second.
Motion and second. Do a roll call.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Wallet. I'm sorry, Mayor Pro Tem Wallet.
Mark, yes.
Councilmember Weiner.
Yes.
Yates.
Yes.
Benjamin.
Yes.
Mayor Brockett.
Yes.
Folkerts.
Yes.
Friend.
Yes.
Joseph.
Yes.
And Spear.
Yes.
Resolution 1317 is hereby approved unanimously.
Next.
I'd like to make a motion to approve as stated in the agenda, Ordinance 8550.
Second.
Motion and second.
We'll start this roll call with Councilmember Weiner.
Yes.
Yates.
Yes.
Benjamin.
Yes.
Mayor Brockett.
Yes.
Councilmember Folkerts.
Yes.
Friend.
Yes.
Joseph.
Yes.
Spear.
Yes.
And Mayor Pro Tem Wallet.
Yes.
Ordinance 8550 is hereby adopted unanimously.
I'll keep going. I make a motion to pass as stated in the agenda, Ordinance 8553.
I think we're at Resolution 1322.
Where's 13? Oh, I was just reading the Ordinance 58. Yeah, sorry, it looked redundant. So sorry. All right, I'll go back. I make a motion to pass as stated in the agenda, Resolution 1322.
Second.
Motion is second. We've got a roll call.
We'll start this roll call with Councilmember Yates.
Yes.
Benjamin.
Yes.
Mayor Brockett.
Yes.
Councilmember Folkerts.
Yes.
Friend.
Yes.
Joseph.
Yes.
Spear.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Wallach.
Yes.
And Councilmember Weiner.
Yes.
Resolution 1322 is hereby approved unanimously.
All right, continuing on, I make a motion to pass as stated in the agenda, Ordinance 8553.
Second.
Motion is second. Can we get a vote?
Let's start with Councilmember Benjamin.
Yes.
Mayor Brockett.
Yes.
Councilmember Folkerts.
Yes.
Friend.
Yes.
Joseph.
Yes.
Spear.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Wallach.
Yes.
Councilmember Weiner.
Yes.
And Councilmember Yates.
Yes.
Ordinance 8553 is hereby adopted unanimously.
And lastly, I make a motion to approve as stated in the agenda an intergovernmental agreement between the City of Boulder and Boulder Valley School District, number RE2.
Second.
Motion is second. Do a vote.
We'll start this roll call with Mayor Brockett.
Yes.
Councilmember Folkerts.
Yes.
Friend.
Yes.
Joseph.
Yes.
Spear.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Wallach.
Yes.
Councilmember Weiner.
Yes.
Yates,
Yes.
and Benjamin.
Yes.
The IG referenced in the annexation agreement between the City of Boulder and the Boulder Valley School District is hereby approved unanimously.
All right. Well, thanks to everyone who's worked so hard on this, and I want to particularly call out our partnership with the Boulder Valley School District. Appreciate all the hard work you've done, and also to Habitat for Humanity, and we look forward to working together on getting people in some great homes and teaching some students while we're at it. And with that, we have one more public hearing item.
Yes, sir. I was trying to catch my breath.
I know, right?
Our next item on tonight's agenda under public hearings is item 5B. It is the second reading and consideration of a motion to adopt ordinance 8556, amending Title IX Land Use Code, BRC 1981, to update the use tables and use standards related to industrial uses and districts and setting forth related details.
We're going to go straight to the Director of Planning and Development Services, Brad Mueller.
Thank you, Nuria, and good evening, Mayor and council members. We are happy to bring forward this item to you this evening. This is a project that has been 5 years in the making with an interruption because of COVID. But importantly, I wanted to frame this just before we get into the details, and there are a lot of details, but just keeping in mind that the overarching goal in this is simplification of the code, and that's something we know is a council value, and one that we want to advocate as well in terms of making the code accessible to the public and also practical for meeting the council's priorities. There is a lot of detail, and we even have some additional thoughts this evening on further simplification, going back in just the last couple of weeks and augmenting the significant public input that's taking place over the 5 years regarding this. So with those introductory comments, I'm going to turn it over to Lisa Hood, who is the project manager for this for the presentation. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Brad. Good evening. Nice to see you all in person instead of in Zoom. I'm Lisa Hood, Senior City Planner, and looking forward to a lengthy discussion, or just getting you ready for some lengthy slides about use table and standards. Module 2 related to industrial areas. We were last here in August at a study session and discussed this second module. So I won't go too much into the background, but for the overview of the presentation, we'll do some background, a few of those background slides, talk about the public input that's been heard over the several years of this project, as well as the last few months. And then there will be a fair amount of framing of the proposed changes in Module 2, as well as the policy background. So that is what is on deck for tonight. Just a reminder that the use table was split into 2 phases, and so phase 1 was adopted back in 2019. We're now undertaking phase 2. It's split into 3 different modules. So the first module was the functional fixes, the kind of technical updates that you all adopted back in June. Now we're in module 2, focused on industrial areas, and then we have planned module 3 related to neighborhoods, which would be coming next year. The goals of the project since its outset back in 2018 have been to simplify and streamline this really important part of our land use code that's gotten very complex over time. So trying to make it more predictable and certain for people that are using it, as well as also trying to better align the use table with the Boulder Valley Comp Plan goals and policies and land use designations. So really also part of it is identifying where there might be some gaps between what is desired in our comp plan and by our community and what our use table is currently allowing, which businesses and types of housing, things like that. The project, importantly, does not include a few things. So reassessing the comprehensive plan policies. It's truly meant to be an implementation of the adopted comprehensive plan. Comprehensive plan is the result of many years of community conversations and elected official discussions and planning board meetings and things like that. So not going back into what those comprehensive plan policies are, but rather the best way to implement those through the code. Also, this doesn't involve changes to things like the form and bulk standards, like setbacks, floor area ratio, things like that, or development standards like parking. It really is focused on land uses and use standards. Just a reminder, you have seen these slides several times. We've talked about this project many times over the last few years. So you saw it back in 2019, 2020, June when you adopted the first module. And then, like I said, we were here in late August with a study session where we talked about this for a while. Just a quick summary of the feedback that we've received from the council so far. So when we talked about the industrial changes back in 2020, it was a bit more of a general discussion, but there was support from the council for additional uses such as residential, retail, and restaurants in light industrial areas. But also the council expressed a need to balance the protection of existing industrial uses while introducing new residential. We got a little bit more specific in our more recent study session with you all back in August, and the direction that was given from council a few months ago was support for updating our current standards for residential development in industrial districts. Specifically, if you remember, we talked about the contiguity requirement, getting rid of the contiguity requirement and instead looking to sub-community plan and comprehensive plan guidance on where residential would be appropriate. Council at that time did give the direction that they didn't think, or you all didn't think it was appropriate for all industrial areas or sites to accommodate residential, and that you'd like to see guardrails put in place to protect industrial uses, in particular in IS zones. And then related to office uses, the council gave direction that there was support to combine our professional office and technical office designations, but that there still needed to be some restrictions on office in order to avoid displacing industrial uses and accelerating speculative office development. I did want to go through the public input because this has been kind of a long-standing project, nearly 5 years in the making. So we've heard things back in 2019 and 2020 that continue to inform the discussion. We had a questionnaire. We also had this in pre-COVID times. We even had open houses and booths and things like that where we discussed this project, but also virtual questionnaires during the height of the pandemic. At that time, the majority of respondents to these public engagement opportunities indicated that the city should consider allowing additional residential, retail, and restaurant uses in light industrial areas, with the strongest support for restaurants, then retail, then residential. We also had a planning board subcommittee that their detailed work continues to inform the changes in this use table project. They met over 20 times. The input continues to guide the project. They developed areas of consideration for this project to include, and they really did the deep work of line by line going through the use table and all of the columns to analyze what changes could be made to better align the use table with the comprehensive plan policies. Over the last year, we've been doing additional public engagement as the project has kind of become more narrowed in scope, specific in scope. We actually decided to kind of re-envision that planning board subcommittee into two different groups. So we're meeting with a planning board liaison group. So it's two members of the planning board where we can do that deep dive. And we've met with them this summer and also in October. But because of the limitations of the planning board subcommittee, it was fairly formal and the public couldn't directly interact. We wanted a forum where there was much more opportunity for robust conversation from people with diverse perspectives. So we put together this use table and standards public working group. So that's a group of about 20 different stakeholders, residents, business owners, the Chamber of Commerce, where we could discuss these changes for use tables both from the outset and then also as we would get more detailed into drafting ordinances. So we met with them in August and October of this year, specifically talking about these proposed changes for the industrial areas. We also had a virtual questionnaire on Be Heard Boulder that was in place from late August through mid-September. I'll talk a bit about that more in later slides. We've had regular updates to over 200 industrial business owners and other stakeholders where we've been keeping them apprised of the opportunities for public input and the process for adoption of this ordinance. We have our Planning and Development Services newsletter that goes out to over 5,000 people, which has had monthly updates. The draft ordinance was released on October 12th. because it goes to planning board before it comes to you all. So at that point, before the planning board public hearing, then there was an updated draft that incorporated the planning board's minor changes related only to live work. That was available on November 25th. We've also had this promoted on social media, the opportunities for public hearings and things like that. And then we, as I mentioned, we had the public hearing for planning board on October 18th. So I mentioned I wanted to touch a little bit on the industrial areas questionnaire, the Be Heard Boulder questionnaire that we had in September. We had 91 responses. Because we met for the study session before this questionnaire had been released, that's why I want to do just a quick summary. There's a much more detailed summary in your packet if you want to take a look at that. I won't go through all the ways we promoted it, but very similar to what I said on the last slide. So we asked people, it was a pretty simple questionnaire. We asked people, how important is it to you to retain space for industrial uses in Boulder? And it was pretty important. It was a very important topic to respondents. So about 3/4 of people that responded to the questionnaire said it was either important or very important. Then we followed up with another question, a question specifically about housing, and we asked people if they agreed with the following statement that housing should be allowed in industrial areas. The responses to this was much more mixed. You can see there's about a little over half of people said that they would support or strongly, or they agree or strongly agree, and then about 35% said that they, or about a third said that they disagreed or strongly disagreed. So much more mixed results there. We dug in a little bit more about housing and asked that if housing was allowed in industrial areas, what would be the best way for the city to determine what areas or sites are appropriate for that. And people said, most people said close to supporting uses, proximity to transit, case-by-case basis. We got a lot of other really great additional feedback in that kind of other ideas section where people either supported or explained their disagreement for housing being allowed in industrial areas. Related to businesses in the industrial areas, this one we threw out 25 different types of businesses and asked people what types of businesses do you think are appropriate in industrial areas. So there's kind of two ways to look at this chart. You can either look at the numbers above the bars, and that's the number of people that said they thought it was appropriate, but I think it's also helpful to kind of look at it in these different colored boxes, because you can see that the businesses that are in the green box, over 3/4 of people said they thought that that was appropriate. In that middle, at least half of people said that they thought those were appropriate in their opinion in industrial areas. And then the gray box is kind of the lowest, but still the lowest was more than a third. So this was just really interesting and informative in what the draft ordinance proposes. So you can see in the green box, the most highly appropriate from the respondents includes research and development, artist workshops, manufacturing, biotech labs, things like that. Then in that blue box, that kind of midpoint, retail stores, physical therapists, graphic design firms, restaurants. And then the kind of on the lower end are things like law offices, hair salons, and schools. I mentioned the public working group that we've been meeting with, and I did want to just highlight some of the discussions that we had once they reviewed the draft ordinance in October. The discussion was really primarily focused on residential uses. So some members of the working group expressed concerns about the proposal to prohibit residential in the IS and IM zoning districts. Some even had concerns about requiring a use review requirement in IG, so saying that it should just be allowed by right. But then we also had the other side, several of the working group members also supported prohibiting residential uses in IS and IM and requiring use review in IG. So kind of mixed opinions there as well. Related to office, we heard some concerns about the proposal to limit offices on the ground floor of buildings. And then we had some good discussions about the best way to define art and craft studios. We heard some support for allowing private schools in industrial districts as well as live-work units. We've received additional public feedback on the ordinance. You all either received those directly or through hotline before today. There were also public comments that were attached to the memo if we got those before the point that was published. I won't go through these point by point, but just generally, I would say that residential and office are the main topics that people either support or have concerns about. And I did just want to highlight, we got letters from the Chamber of Commerce as well as Holland and Hart, representing some property owners with concerns about residential and office. And then finally, related to public input, on October 8th, the Planning Board reviewed the proposed ordinance. They unanimously passed their recommendation for council to adopt the ordinance. They did request some minor changes to the definition of live-work units and where those were how those were allowed, and then also just some minor things about which policies are referenced in the memo. So that's the public input that we've heard so far. I look forward to hearing more tonight in the public hearing portion. I wanted to frame the proposed ordinance with a little bit of policy background. We did go into this a bit during the study session, but just as a reminder, I wanted to highlight a few things. So as you know, there are generally 3 main areas where we have industrial zoning in Boulder. So up in Gun Barrel, in the East Boulder area, and then there's a small area of industrial zoning in North Boulder on Broadway. We have 4 industrial zoning districts: IS, the Industrial Service District; IG, the Industrial General; IM, Industrial Manufacturing; and Industrial Mixed Services, IMS. We did some additional analysis to try to understand what businesses are currently located in industrial districts, and it actually was very interesting. There's a lot more data attached to your memo if you want to dive in deeper, but I just wanted to highlight the kind of 3 top, these are the North American Industry Classification System codes, so groupings for types of businesses, but so these are the top 3: professional, scientific, and technical services, manufacturing, and wholesale trade. So you can see some examples of those types of businesses are research and development, computer systems design, things like that in that first category. In manufacturing, there's pharmaceutical manufacturing, navigational manufacturing, and beverage manufacturing. And yes, beverage manufacturing does include beer. And then for wholesale trade, that's things like bicycles, climbing gear, things like that. So this was just a way for us to understand what types of businesses are currently located in the industrial districts. And then in regards to the policy, so as I mentioned, one of the main goals of this project is to implement the comprehensive plan and make sure that it is aligned with what our use table is allowing. So when we were looking at that, we looked really specifically at this policy 2.21 related to light industrial areas, and especially these 3 guiding principles in that green box. So that's preserving established businesses and the opportunity for industrial businesses, while also encouraging housing infill in appropriate places and offering a mix of uses. So from the outset of undertaking this Module 2 work, we were looking at where the gaps might be, in addition to everything we had heard through public input and as well as the Planning Board Subcommittee and everything we'd heard up to this point. So when we were looking specifically at those principles, just some initial ideas for the gaps were that in regards to preserving established businesses and the opportunity for additional businesses, we thought that the land use table could better support small-scale manufacturing, arts, and creative uses. We noticed that there are some desired uses that have maybe an overly complex review process. And then also the IS, the Industrial Service, and IM, Industrial Manufacturing Districts, currently allow residential use, where the intent for them is really probably more for service and manufacturing. And then for the encouraging housing infill in appropriate places, as we talked about in the study session, residential is only allowed with a use review, and it's only in contiguous locations. So in order for a parcel to be eligible for residential in industrial, or in the IG and IM at least, they have to be contiguous to either residential zoning or residential uses or open space. So that does limit the parcels that are available, and it kind of creates a scattershot of which parcels. It's not a super logical approach for determining eligibility. And then also, again, that the IS and IM districts currently allow residential use where perhaps that might be a less appropriate zoning district. Finally, offering a mix of uses, this is a little more direct. So retail is currently prohibited in all industrial districts, Restaurants are not permitted on major streets. They require conditional use process. Similarly, personal services are also prohibited. So those are things like hair salons and bakeries. And then mixed use buildings have a higher level of review required than if it was just residential. So we saw those as some pretty clear gaps to providing a mix of uses in industrial districts. So thinking of all of that analysis that went into this, as well as the public input, we now have these proposed changes in Ordinance 8556. We've written into the ordinance that these changes would have an effective date of March 15th. That's a bit longer timeline than we typically have for an ordinance to go into effect, but we thought there needed to be a little bit more transition time for projects that are in process right now. So that's the reasoning for that. And I'm going to go through these proposed changes. It's going to align pretty closely with the summary handout that was provided in your packet, but starting out with kind of the bigger topics and the topics that have been brought up through a lot of the public comment. So I'm going to start and go through one by one. So we'll start with residential. Just a reminder, going back to that slide with that green box, that policy 2.21 from the comprehensive plan related to light industrial. It says that housing should occur in a logical pattern in proximity to existing and planned amenities. It should be in areas zoned industrial general, IG, not those zoned for manufacturing or service uses. It also says that housing infill should be encouraged in appropriate places near other residential uses or retail services. So in the proposed ordinance, we have proposed prohibiting residential uses in the IS and IM districts. There is the exception that live-work units would be allowed as a conditional use, but all other residential uses would be prohibited. And then in the IG district, we would continue to require a use review for residential uses, but would update the standards. So these are very directly in line with the direction that was given in the August study session. So removing that contiguity requirement that we talked about in August, and instead using the land use guidance from those adopted subcommunity or area plans to identify where the appropriate locations are for residential use. While also removing some of the standards that exist currently. So there's a minimum lot size of 2 acres, and there's some unique form standards that overly complicate the residential development. However, we did recommend keeping the environmental assessment, noise mitigation, and a floor area exemption, as well as continuing to require a declaration of use, which is a legal document that essentially says that the owner and tenant have to acknowledge that they are a residential use in an industrial district. So we think that with the proposed ordinance, the result for residential is that housing is located in limited areas of IG zone property where it's determined appropriate through adopted plans and policies, with those assurances retained for potential environmental and noise impacts. I wanted to show just a little bit of how this would work based on the area plans and subcommunity plans that we have adopted, starting with the most recent, the East Boulder subcommunity plan. So in the areas where the land use plan, which each subcommunity plan has, identifies a land use that says that it's appropriate for residential, any parcel that's zoned IG within those areas would be eligible for residential development. So I've highlighted those in kind of the black dashed areas. We do have some existing projects in mixed use residential that I clarified in the hotline post that are already under development as well. Similarly, Transit Village, here's the land use plan from there. So an example, there's the office industrial kind of at that northeast corner. It says specifically non-residential. So parcels within that would not be eligible for residential, but these areas that have mixed use industrial or high density residential would be considered appropriate and therefore eligible for residential development. The Gun Barrel Community Center plan also identifies areas for residential and industrial mixed use. And then in North Boulder, there isn't actually IG zoning, but I did just want to show that that also identifies residential and industrial areas. So those are all the slides related to residential. I will move next into office. So the proposed changes for office really come out of the kind of code simplification intent of this project, as well as implementing the part of that the comprehensive plan policy that says to preserve industrial land for industrial uses. So we talked about this at length in the study session, the kind of quirk that we have this professional office and technical office, and that's the way we've been implementing this policy over the last 25 years, but that it's really challenging administratively from the city side and also property owners and business owners. So this proposal is to establish a new strategy that can simplify that, but also prevent the proliferation of offices in industrial districts, since that was an issue that council had raised and also planning board brought up as well, since the change in combining them would make it more permissive for professional offices, which are currently prohibited in industrial districts. So the proposal is to limit the office size to 5,000 square feet in IS and IMS. That's actually the current requirement for technical offices in the IS district, so expanding that to IMS. And then in the IG and IM districts, we're proposing to limit offices, and I did want to clarify those are offices that are as a principal use, so not an office that's accessory or part of a research and development use or industrial use, but one that is purely office use. So offices would be limited to only above the ground floor and only with a combined floor area maximum of 50,000 square feet on a lot. Acknowledging that there are many offices in the industrial districts, we did include part of the ordinance that has flexibility for existing office space that would become non-conforming. And this is a similar standard that we have actually in our business districts already right now. Just some explanation about where those two, ground floor and the maximum, came from. The East Boulder Subcommunity Plan identifies many place types where office is appropriate above the ground floor, so that was somewhere where that came from. And then the combined size limit, we did some floor area ratio analysis of the size of lots in industrial districts to understand how many would potentially be impacted. And then we thought that the 50,000 square foot would ensure that larger sites in these industrial districts would need to preserve at least a portion of the site for industrial uses or research and development rather than entirely office. So we think that the result with these changes to office would simplify a part of the code that is difficult to administer while still limiting the amount of any type of office allowed in industrial districts and keeping flexibility for existing offices. Brad already mentioned that we do think there are opportunities to further simplify that we can discuss as well. Related to research and development, because it is another common use in our industrial districts, but interestingly was not a defined use in our land use table. We recommend updating a current medical laboratory definition to include more types of R&D. So it's not just specific about medical, but use the same regulations that we have for those right now. So allowing those in the same districts and limiting them in size in IS and IMS instead of requiring a use review. This is because there is significant comprehensive plan policy support for research and development uses. It's actually part of the stated purpose of industrial districts. It just was never identified as a line in the use table. So the proposed definition for research and development specifically incorporates the offices that would be part of those research and development uses, as well as warehousing and laboratory space. Some examples of R&D could include industrial, biotech, pharmaceuticals, including that medical and dental, which is the current definition, as well as computer or electronics. And they would have to be engaging in product or process design, prototyping, things like that to be research and development. So we think the result with these changes is that this common use is comprehensively defined in our land use code for the first time. The language would better align with our comprehensive plan in the district, but we would still be limiting the size in IS and IMS to preserve service industrial space, promote pedestrian scale, and then we would not have a size limit in IG and IM like we would for office. All right, so those are kind of the big ones, and then I still want to highlight the other changes to different uses, so I'll go a little bit more quickly through these. So retail uses and personal services, I mentioned that those are currently prohibited, and we're really trying to encourage a mix of uses in these areas. So we're recommending allowing these at a limited scale, so they would have a maximum size of 2,000 square feet. They'd have to be in a building with other uses, because the intent is that they're serving other existing uses in the area. Similarly, the restaurants would also be required to be in a building, so it's not just kind of a standalone restaurant, but it would be serving those other office users or residential use nearby. For restaurants, we're also recommending that they be allowed by right instead of needing a conditional use. I mentioned there's complex standards with restaurants, so simplifying those, but still keeping some hours of operation. And then giving an option for use review otherwise, so some flexibility if they can't quite meet the standards, they would be able to go through that process. Live work units, that's a current use in our code, but it was fairly restrictively defined. So the recommendation is to update the definition to include commercial uses as the work function instead of just industrial uses, and then allow them in most of our mixed use downtown business and high density residential districts. In the industrial districts, the recommendation is to make those conditional uses. This was the main point that I mentioned that planning board added to their recommendation. So they would be require a conditional use in industrial districts, and they would have to meet this requirement of 50% of the building would have to be devoted for non-residential floor area. Related to private schools, we're recommending allowing private schools in IG, IM, and IMS with a use review, and also allowing private colleges in IMS, so kind of aligning the way that schools are allowed in the industrial districts. Indoor athletic facilities, those are gyms. We have a lot of gyms come in and need a use review because there's no, any size gym has to get a use review. So in order to support those small businesses that we know are located in industrial districts and simplify the process, we're recommending allowing small facilities, so those that are under 5,000 square feet, to be allowed without a use review, and there would be a use review option for larger gyms. Breweries, wineries, and distilleries. This one's just simplifying and consolidating what now takes up probably 3 pages of code with all these just tiny differences between districts. So the only substantive change in doing that consolidation is that the IS would have a district limit or a size limit of 15,000 square feet without a use review. But really that was intended to simplify an overly complex part of the code. Finally, we have updated definitions and names. So the art or craft studio, we've recommended renaming art studio or workshop. That is intended to reflect what that use is really supposed to be, like craftspeople and things like that, but the name didn't really show that that's what it was. So just trying to better reflect what that's intended to do. Similarly, just updating and generalizing to media production for the other facilities. And then we're recommending changing manufacturing use and manufacturing use with potential offsite impacts to light manufacturing and general manufacturing. And then removing a few uses or definitions. We have a use called an industrial service center, which we've only had one property ever develop under that use type. And the intent there is really to allow a mix of uses within a building. So the other changes that we're proposing would actually allow those uses. So we would no longer need that use classification, as well as removing some unused definitions, some other cleanup things. So I've made it through each step. There are some additional changes. There's an annotated version of the proposed ordinance if you had any other questions, but those are kind of the main changes to the specific business types and housing types. I do have this slide just with like a summary of all of the topics that I've gone over. I will just highlight that the residential uses and offices are the topics that have come up most in the public comment, as you've probably seen, and so the ones that we would probably recommend for additional discussion. And then I can keep this up just as a reminder if that's helpful. But I've gotten to the end of my presentation, and I'm happy to take any clarifying questions.
Thanks so much, Lisa. It was comprehensive and well explained. Appreciate that. And boy, a huge amount of work has gone into this over many years from many people, and just extremely appreciative for all of that. So questions for staff, and then we'll go to the public hearing. I got Tara.
This is probably Planning 101, so I apologize if I'm asking simplistic questions. But my first question is I do not remember. I know there was a reason why we said no office space on bottom floors. Can you remind me what that was? Because that was a lot of the subject of the letters.
Yeah, so as I mentioned, the East Boulder Subcommunity Plan does identify some areas where it's appropriate to only have office above the ground floor. And so it's really coming out of that primarily, but also the assurance that if there is space devoted for industrial use, at least on the ground floor, then we wouldn't be losing those industrial uses on those properties. So that's the reasoning behind the ground floor requirement.
Why did that not make it easier for me?
Well, because I don't know that we asked for that specifically. I think this was designed in response to some more general feedback.
Yeah, I think it was Councilmember Folkerts who brought it up as an example. So we looked into that after the discussion. Yeah.
Okay. I'll call you later, Erin. Just tell me why. I'm sure there's a great reason, but why can't there be a standalone restaurant in the industrial zones?
I think the intent, and it's similar to the intent of some of the more complex standards for restaurants right now, is that a restaurant is really not intended to be like a destination in the industrial districts for outside of the industrial districts. It's meant to serve the uses that are within those industrial districts. So in being incorporated within those buildings with other uses, that better serves the uses because you're nearby other like industrial or office uses.
In the way the ordinance is drafted, an applicant could request to be a standalone restaurant with a use review application.
Thanks.
Right, any other questions? Oh, we got one from Mark.
What is the thinking behind the processing of raw materials as a differentiator between light and general manufacturing? And this is something I've heard from some of the people in Flatiron Park. They use raw materials, but they're not heavy manufacturing operations. They're basically life sciences research.
Yeah, I think so. That's kind of a common practice in differentiating between light manufacturing and heavier manufacturing, what we're calling general manufacturing, to focus on that use of raw materials. I think that we were trying to create some more specificity on where that line is between light and general, to better support those light manufacturing uses, because general manufacturing is very restricted in our city, so it's prohibited in every district except IG and IM where it needs a use review. And so currently we have manufacturing use and manufacturing use for potential for offsite impact, which is pretty ambiguous, the potential for offsite impact, and then you have to do a use review to determine what those impacts might be. So we were trying to give an example of raw materials. So I think I put in the hotline post what we were thinking, like tire manufacturing, leather tanning, things like that, that would inherently have a greater impact. So that's why we tried to use that specific example.
Well, good.
Well, I just have a follow-up, but when you're...
No, go follow up.
So the answer that you provided was really helpful, and so it's like tire manufacturing clearly, goes in that general. But one thing I was wondering about is, would there be people who did this at a very low level, like occasionally combined raw materials into dough to bake cookies, that might be caught up in this? Is there like a minimum threshold where you'd have to meet before this kicked in?
We haven't worked that. There's not a minimum threshold. It does say predominantly uses raw materials. That food manufacturing is not the intent of, we would not intend that food manufacturing would fall into general manufacturing. That would be light manufacturing.
But don't they involve combining processing raw materials?
Yeah, I think the term raw materials would be like directly from the earth, like I don't know how, like gas to make tires, things like that. Leather tanning directly from an animal, something like that, if that makes sense.
Okay, thanks.
To follow that up, my question is that it's not clear to me that the differentiator that you're proposing won't snare some operations that cannot really be considered manufacturing or heavy manufacturing. And again, I'm looking at a drug company trying to develop a vaccine. How are they going to be specifically assured that they're not part of the heavy manufacturing restrictions? I know what the intent is, and I agree with the intent, but most people want to have fairly clear language to know that they're not non-compliant. And so how will that drug company be assured that they are in compliance even though they are doing research with raw materials?
Yeah, I think it would be, I mean, it would be at the will of council if you would like to change that definition. That was something that we saw as kind of a best practice, common practice around other communities in differentiating between light and general manufacturing. So if there are other ways that we can support drawing a clearer line between the two, that is the intent. So
Yeah, I'm not sure where the line ought to be, but I know that there's concern in the business community about where the line is, and so, yeah.
I think Matt would like to chime in on that.
Yeah, could I just colloquy on that?
You may colloquy, yes.
Thank you. It kind of comes down to I'm wondering if the question is the differentiator rather than the input, the output with regards to raw materials. And I'm sort of thinking of could the output meaning be like, are we dealing with harmful emission? Are we dealing with byproducts that are harmful versus the input of earth materials may not necessarily be harmful in any way? Like, again, if to use Aaron's analogy, you're using wheat, which comes from the earth, i.e. flour, so that could get caught in. But the output is of harmless, it's steam. So my point is, I wonder if we don't focus on the raw input, but what the output is, and let that be a differentiator of what kind of raw material really does transition to a different threshold versus what isn't. And I'm wondering if that helps us find a different differentiator, so things that we don't want to get caught up won't, because their outputs are intrinsically harmless or benign. And so I'm just thinking of what could be a different differentiator. So I just want to know if that's a possibility to allow us to move in that direction without having to scuttle the raw material or where you're headed as a whole. So I'm just sure to throw that out there as a offering.
Yeah, I think that could definitely be something that works. The current the proposal specifies that light manufacturing results in a finished product. So maybe that's something to build off of there related to the output.
Okay. Yeah. Anyway, just food for thought.
For discussion. Yeah.
To continue on the baking analogy.
Just two other quick questions. On page 9 of the memo, of the three characteristics that define industrial general and industrial manufacturing, two of them are identical.
Yes, they were.
And so I'm kind of questioning why we have two separate categories when they're only differentiated in a very small way.
Yeah,
and
it's
is that
interesting.
useful?
You're referring to the district purposes?
Page 9 of the memo, I don't know if it's purposes. It says industrial general, professional, scientific, and technical services, manufacturing, and wholesale trade.
I think one of the primary differences between IG and IM is that IG tends to allow a broader array of uses than IM. IM is more focused on where you might see more manufacturing versus other uses.
Yeah, and if I could just add, that part of the memo is actually talking about the North American Industry Classification System, so it's saying which businesses are located in those districts. So I was just trying to highlight that there are which businesses are most common in which district.
Okay, and my last question is, do you have an acreage count or breakdown of the various industrial districts? How large is IM? How large is IG? How large is IS?
I don't have it on me tonight, but we can easily get those numbers.
How can you not have it on you tonight? Is that possible?
I have many numbers, but not
one. If you get a chance, it would be interesting to know what we're looking at. Thank you.
Thanks.
Right. Any other questions? Not seeing any, we can move to our...
Wait, I have a question.
Oh, Lauren, sorry. Stranded over there on the virtual.
So you mentioned a little bit the flexibility for nonconformity in office space use. Could you provide a little bit more detail about what kinds of flexibility? Sorry, I'm sick, so I'm having a hard time keeping my train of thought. In terms of when you have a non-conforming office use, what kind of flexibility does the city allow?
Sure, thanks for the opportunity to clarify that. So In a typical nonconforming use, anytime you swap out even a tenant, you would have to go through a change of nonconforming use review. With the city, the flexibility that we've worked into this ordinance is that changing minor things like that, like changing out tenants or owners, would not have to go through that nonconforming use review. They would still be considered a nonconforming use, but doing those minor changes within the existing floor area where there was office wouldn't have to go through that use review. If they were to expand in any way, then they would have to go through the nonconforming use review.
What if it wasn't an expansion but a modification to the space? Like for something that they were required to pull a permit for, would they be able to get that permit?
They would. So minor changes within existing floor area would not require the additional review.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Is that it, Lauren?
I want to colloquy on Lauren's comment or question. What about a company that leases a building and its uses change, or the Holland and Hart letter was concerned with this. You manufacture a vaccine, and you've developed it. You then do manufacturing elsewhere, and you bring in a bunch of marketing people in that space, and then you later bring in a bunch of attorneys to deal with patent issues. I mean, what was pressed upon me was that these are fluid situations, and that landlords need some assurance that they're not suddenly going to be in violation of city ordinances as they handle the space with that kind of fluidity, where it's a chain of events, and maybe it starts with one type of use, evolves to another, and there's a lot of concern about that.
Understood, and yeah, that has been a common theme of several of the public comments, and I think that it has been illuminating the examples that they've given and the complexity of commercial leasing, and so that's why we did want to highlight that this is something we want to discuss further, and that potentially what's proposed tonight might be, there might be simpler solutions than what's proposed in the ordinance.
Thank you. Great.
Lauren, did you have anything else?
No, I'm okay for the moment. Thank you.
All right. Well, now I think we can move to the public hearing then. All right, we've got 3 people signed up in person, 6 people signed up virtually. Everyone will have 3 minutes to speak. And we are going to start with our former planning board chair, Dave Ensign, and then have Stephen Eckert and Jonathan Singer.
Well, hello. Good evening, members of City Council and city staff. It's exciting to be here. I'm Dave Ensign, and like Aaron said, former planning board member and resident of Boulder. And this is the first time addressing you since the completion of my 5-year term, and I'm excited to be here to talk to you about Ordinance 8556. As Lisa covered really well, the history of this goes back to 2018, and actually, I think Carl and I are the 2 people in the room who actually go way back to the beginning. The insights from a group of detail-oriented, I might even say geeky community members combing through use tables and standards has not only resulted in the Module 1 functional fixes that were adopted, but also informed other parallel initiatives that impact use standards, such as addressing opportunity zones, grappling with ground floor uses in neighborhood centers, and of course developing the East Boulder Subcommunity Plan. This ordinance that addresses Module 2 reflects the achievement of an important milestone in the project. Hopefully you've had a chance to look at the email comments I sent to Council on December 5th. I won't repeat all those comments, but we'll try to highlight tweaks that you might want to consider to the ordinance regarding allowing residential in industrial zones. Happily, I found out today, because somehow I got removed from Hotline, but there was a message from Mayor Brackett sent out on Tuesday prompting Lisa to offer up some options that directly address the concerns I outlined in my email. I believe the options that Lisa provided satisfy the tweaks I would recommend, so I'll just quickly cover them. The first option is to preserve the current allowances for residential in IS zones. This makes sense to me since I don't really recall the use table subcommittee identifying a pressing need to affect the current allowances. In IS zoning areas that are covered by an existing subcommunity plan, it makes sense for guidance from the plan to drive the decision on whether residential is appropriate. So, for example, the East Boulder subcommunity plan guidelines would apply to IS zones within its boundaries. A dash in the table, though, would prohibit that possibility in the subcommunity plans. The second option is to largely preserve the use standards for both IG and IM zones that are located outside of the subcommunity plan boundaries, and to apply the subcommunity plan guidelines when those zones are within the boundaries of a plan. I think this option is the best way to assure that we don't inadvertently remove the possibility for needed residential in appropriate places. If City Council chooses to go forward with these options, my assumption is that the table 6-1 would remain kind of as it is without replacing the A's and the U's in brackets with dashes, and that 9.6.3 would be enhanced. So with that, I will thank you for your support and look forward to Module 3 work in 2023.
Thanks, Dave, and thanks for all your great work on this over the years.
Yeah, thanks.
Now Stephen Eckert and then Jonathan Singer.
Yeah, hi, thank you. Stephen Eckert, and I am an architect in town, and I used to be a former member of Boulder Housing Partners. So I just want to say thank you for this work, and Lisa, what you guys have done for 5 years. This is great. It really is modernizing mixed-use development that Boulder can do. And my two hats of working on Boulder Housing Partners, opening up housing in this zone is going to be a game changer. I mean, it's going to provide so many more opportunities for BHP and other housing developers to provide housing. And what that really envisions, is a place where potentially people could live there. They can walk out their door, bring their kids to an independent school, not a private school. Go to the independent school, drop their kids off, go to work at their high-tech prototype company, go out to lunch with colleagues, go pick up their kids from their independent school, and then go back to their housing, all without getting in their car, which is, sort of a big intent in one of these, in this process. So I'm very excited about that. I think it's going to be really a game changer. The other hat I wear as an architect, we've been doing a lot of work for independent schools, and I want to encourage the council to take a look at one of the things in this provision, which is requiring a use review still within this process. Currently, public schools do not have to go through a use review in these zones. So I want to know why we would require independent schools to do the same thing. Being on a place where we're sort of where the rubber hits the road in terms of costs for these schools, it becomes a real barrier in terms of purchasing the property, having to go through a due diligence period, which includes a use review, and that adds a ton of time that a lot of these schools can't afford. They can't hang on to a property for a year, year and a half, 2 years. They got to buy it and move in quickly. So I encourage you to take a look at that, and perhaps we could remove some of those restrictions and not have a use review and just let the current rules apply. And take a look at the definition, because the modern definition is independent school, not private school. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thanks, Stephen. Jonathan Singer is our last in-person commentator.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council. My name is Jonathan Singer. I am the Senior Policy Program Director with the Boulder Chamber of Commerce. And you're going to hear from some other folks tonight, I know, online. But what I wanted to make is a carpentry reference, actually. When we think about what we're doing here today, building a better community, we want to measure twice and cut once, right? And so we've built a great process, thanks to the work that Carl, Lisa, Charles, and Brad have done, as well as the work that Planning Board has put forth. But when pen finally came to paper, there were a few outstanding things that you've heard about today. So I want to thank Councilmember Wallach and Weiner and Mayor Brockett for bringing up some of those concerns today, the lessor-lessee concerns, what's happening with definitions of raw materials, the exclusion of affordable housing or housing from certain land use designations, all of those things can be resolved, probably not tonight. And so before you take final action, I want you to measure twice on those issues. At the same time, I want to make sure we don't lose the forest through the trees, because staff has done an exemplary job of committing to public outreach. And they've done an even better job over the last week and a half working with industrial property owners and manufacturers, listening to those concerns, understanding that all those details could not have been pounded out in the last week. So I won't repeat anything, but I do want to bring up a couple of other specific options or specific items here. We've talked about the prohibition of office use on ground floor, the removal of residential uses. But the other thing that I want to bring up is this, is there's a lot of nonprofits that can't afford to locate in places other than industrial. So when you think about this, I don't want you to be thinking just about your major pharmaceutical companies, your manufacturing, but also our mom and pop and larger nonprofits that are looking to do the right thing and save money for their donors and provide a community service, and locate within an area that's more affordable. So with all those things being said, I know that last time I spoke about the city budget, I said a budget is a moral document. The use table is a table. And so let's measure twice and make sure that table is on even footing. And we look forward to working with staff and coming together before you take final action to do the right thing the whole way through. Thank you for your time, and I look forward to the conversation.
Thank you, Jonathan. All right, now we're going to go to our virtual speakers. I understand that the third speaker, Jennifer Rhodes, is not present, but our next three speakers will be Lynn Siegel, Kelsey Hunter, and Rosie Vivian. Oh, you're in person. Well, in that case, Jennifer, I would just invite you to come up right now and finish out our in-person speakers, and then we'll go to the virtual ones.
So it was originally on the agenda, so I'm actually speaking about 8430 again in support of my parent group. To be clear, my parent
Could you pull
group
the
is
microphone down?
Yeah, sorry. Is in favor of an oversight panel for the police department, an unbiased panel. Under City Ordinance 8430, the qualifications for serving on the police oversight panel include 1, an absence of any real or perceived bias, prejudice, or conflict of interest, and 2, an ability to build working relationships and communicate effectively with diverse groups. We also believe in the First Amendment, but free speech often contains bias. But it's not only what is on Twitter. Ms. Sweeney Moran's participation in the lawsuit against the city and Herald is a blatant conflict of interest, which would lead to the inability to address matters coming before BPD, the oversight panel, in an unbiased manner. Removing her name from the suit recently is mere proof of bias and does not change overnight. Through her position as BVSD board member, Lisa has also shown that she is incapable of building relationships with groups that may have different viewpoints than her own. Her behavior has often in times in direct violation of BVSD code of conduct, and several complaints have been filed with BVSD legal in response. A decision to approve Lisa Sweeney Moran's nomination would be in direct contravention of City Ordinance 8430, as well as Boulder's stated community values of respect, integrity, and collaboration. It would also undermine community trust and confidence in the work of the police oversight panel, as well as the decisions of this city council. Given the conflicts of interest, personal Twitter account statements, ethics concerns, and questionable treatment of other community members, we urge the selection committee to disqualify her as a candidate for the police oversight panel.
Okay, thank you, Jennifer. I mean, we are currently on the use tables public hearing, but your comments are duly noted. Back to potentially use table commentators. We're going to our remotes now, and they are, first three ones are Lynn Siegel, Kelsey Hunter, and Rosie Vivian.
After the Sombrero Marsh discussion that you had tonight and your vote, I have no confidence in any one of you. I hope you are never elected again. I hate to say that, but that was the same issue that's coming here now with use tables, okay? And the way it's connected is it's all about affordable housing. Now, what's interesting is that Stephen, the architect, was describing how, sorry, I'm sick too, Lauren, how the, the use tables.
Lynn, you're fading in and out.
Oh, sorry about that. No, I'm here. I'm just.
We can hear you now.
Trying to survive being sick and make my discussion too. And that is that the architect said that the people that are going to be using this housing appear to be upper end techies that are going to take their kids to the independent school, which I imagine is not a public school that is free. And although it's not private, it's some other entity that high income earners would be taking their kids to. I've listened to the East Boulder subcommunity. Issues of equity, inclusion, and the people that are minorities do not want to be in industrial zones. This speaks to the fact that there aren't industrial zone components in my neighborhood on the margin of Mapleton Hill or in most of other Boulder besides Gun Barrel, North Boulder, and East Boulder subcommunity. And the discussion that Jonathan had about nonprofits, the illusion that nonprofits are a good thing for our economy, the illusion that LIHTC funds are a good thing for the economy, the illusion that opportunity zones are a good thing for the economy are not true. They're good for the economy, they're good for growth. And that's the problem that we're now having to deal with.
Lynn, your time is up. Thank you for your comments. Now we have Kelsey Hunter, Rosie Fivian, and Mark Painter.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Kelsey Hunter. I'm Director of Development for Biomed Realty here in Boulder. Biomed Realty, we exist to support the innovation economy with real estate, capital, and operating expertise. We help our customers advance the next generation of drugs, technologies, and therapeutics. And we operate in a space that is evolving rapidly as it creates the future, blurring traditional boundaries between tech and biotech, chemistry and math, AI and medical devices. We're very fortunate to be service providers to this wonderful confluence of industries and to have so many dynamic engines of innovation here in the United States, as well as here locally in Boulder. We're relatively new to Boulder as of last year and sincerely appreciate the positive reception we've received from council, staff, and the community here as well. The proposed ordinance has a lot of welcome change that will strengthen the industrial zone and that we are supportive of, such as the amenities with expanded possibilities. This is a great addition to any innovation district, and we look forward to building on this immediately. Also, a clearer definition of R&D that will give our customers regulatory certainty and the confidence to invest in the future right here in Flatiron Park. We would, however, like to bring to your attention a few unanticipated side effects with this ordinance. These are further articulated in 2 letters dated November 30th and December 13th that have been sent to council. Primarily, accessory use needs to be construed broadly as it relates to R&D users so that they can evolve and change the way they operate over time without falling out of compliance with the zoning ordinance. Many of these R&D companies are focused on confidentiality and keeping their trade secrets. And if the ordinance is written in a way that requires users to disclose their internal operations We worry that users will elect to go elsewhere. We do believe our goals here are aligned on this issue, but wording of the ordinance needs further refinement to achieve this shared goal. In addition, while we do appreciate the non-R&D office use restrictions and are appreciative of the efforts to strike the balance between historical uses and the future desire to preserve industrial uses, the first floor prohibition seems to be overly restrictive, given that many buildings in the affected areas only have a single floor, with the majority of others having 2 floors max. So this restriction will create challenges that we do believe can be alleviated while still achieving the city's goals here. We believe that further discussion is critical before passage of these changes in order to ensure that the changes fully address and balance the goals of the city and the needs of the research and development community. We're very fortunate to be in this industry and sit at the cusp of innovation here in Boulder, and we sincerely appreciate the ongoing engagement we've had with City Council. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Kelsey. Now we have Rosie Fivian, Mark Painter, and Jordan Bunch. Let's see, Rosie.
Rosie, your microphone is open. You'll just need to unmute.
I'm sorry. Good evening. My name is Rosie Fivian. I agree with David Ensign. I know that he's been involved working through the details of this project for years. I'm also on the use table working group, but speaking for myself tonight. I believe it's important now and for Boulder's future to keep our housing options open in the industrial zones. We're in a housing crisis. Earlier, I emailed you all an article from the Sightline Institute entitled Our Outdated Notions of Industrial Areas Hiding a Giant Housing Opportunity. The article highlights the taxi project in Denver as an example, as well as projects in Seattle and Portland. We could have creative solutions such as these here too. David has suggested simple edits to accomplish allowing housing without delaying the years-long effort by many talented people, and staff has suggested options to allow housing to remain in response to our mayor's hotline questions that I hope council will consider adopting tonight. Thanks.
Thanks, Rosie. Now, Mark Painter, and then finally Jordan Bunch.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
My system doesn't work all the time. Good, good. Good evening, Mayor Brockett and council members. Mark Painter from Holland and Hart. I'm speaking tonight on behalf of several industrial property clients, including Biomed Realty, which, as you know, owns the majority of the buildings in Flatirons Business Park. First and foremost, I do want to acknowledge, and it's been said a lot tonight, council's and planning staff's work on this ordinance. The new R&D definition in particular and many other changes and expanded permitted uses help with clarity and predictability in many areas. But if the intent is simplification of the code for users, not everything under this ordinance yet works as intended. And the stakeholders need some time to work with the city staff further to get this important and complex ordinance right in those last respects. We responded to a request this week from staff for examples and hypotheticals, as you know, and those are in our letter in your packet. Also in your packet is a red line showing suggested changes to the ordinance. I know staff hasn't had time to deal with those requested examples, and that's fine. It sounds like Lisa will be responding to those, and we appreciate that very much. If there was a flaw in the process, and I think it was innocent if it was a flaw, it was that while there may have been focus in other groups 4 months ago, none of the stakeholders saw the actual ordinance or staff memo until less than a week before the planning board hearing. And then a significantly modified version of the ordinance was published less than a week before council's first reading. Questionnaires ask questions that don't reveal how the city will ultimately draft a very complex ordinance. So when you're seeing the ordinance for the first time, it may not meet with what happened during the public input. And hurrying that ordinance through once drafted can kind of defeat the purpose of getting the public's input in the first place. Those who are aware of the new ordinance are still scrambling to absorb the long memo and evaluate all the ordinance's impacts on their different tenants. Scrambling usually doesn't result in good planning results. More crucially, notwithstanding staff's presentation regarding outreach, there's still a lot of stakeholders who aren't aware of this ordinance. As we noted in our submittals to you, the ordinance impacts both existing leases and future tenants, large and small, who need certainty before committing on a long-term lease. Many Boulder commercial tenants are fast evolving entrepreneurial businesses. As their businesses succeed, their space needs evolve. They need to know if that evolving use is going from a lawful principal R&D use with accessory office to something the city will view as unlawful office that takes the property over the 50,000 foot threshold. They need to know that in advance. They need to know in advance whether their use will qualify for being on the first floor now or through an expansion right later. We know planning staff is already stretched thin, and without further clarity in this kind of language, the new normal will be constant calls to staff to opine in advance as to whether a use will or won't violate the ordinance. The new rules need to be easily interpretable without bothering city staff constantly.
So, Mark, your time is up.
All right.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thanks.
I'll stop.
Thanks for your comments. Jordan Bunch, your last one.
All right. Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you. I'm Jordan Bunch, also with Holland and Hart. And I'd like to follow up Mark's presentation with a discussion of some of the specific provisions of the ordinance. First, we've proposed removing the prohibition against locating office on the ground floor. Unlike in other zone districts where this prohibition exists to create a pedestrian experience, in this case it is not driven by a particular public policy. It only exists to help limit office use in the industrial zone. And unfortunately, this creates a multitude of unintended consequences and will harm property owners in the industrial zone. For example, first, it will unnecessarily create non-conforming uses. While some of the existing ground floor tech offices will fall under the new R&D definition, that's not the case for all of them. And it also hurts owners of single-story buildings. There are a number of single-story buildings in this zone that would be ideal for office because they were not designed for a traditional industrial use nor a retail use. Second, with respect to the square footage cap of 50,000 square feet for office, we believe that the majority of concerns with this limitation can be addressed through the definition of accessory use, which we propose to modify slightly. Often, as businesses grow and change, they try to move different operations into the same general area. Given the nature of the industrial zones and the large business parks that are located within those zones, we believe that limiting accessory use to the same building or even the same lot will prove too restrictive. For example, does it make sense that an R&D company could have 25,000 square feet of accessory office on the same lot as its industrial use? But if that same company could only find the space it needs for its office use on the next block over on a different lot, that would be considered regular office and not entitled to the same first floor or square footage rights. And we believe the answer to that question is no, that does not make sense. Finally, with respect to non-conforming uses and grandfathered rights, as written, rights are grandfathered in if the use is, quote, legally established before the adoption date of the ordinance, which, as mentioned earlier, will be March 15th, 2023. But what about a party who's already signed a lease 2 months ago, but the space won't be ready until April 2023 because they're doing tenant improvements? Or what about an existing lease that has the right of expansion in 2024 to take office space on a first floor? Would those be considered legally established uses by the city? Those are really important questions that we need answers because they are both most definitely legally enforceable rights by the landlord and tenant. And if the tenant isn't going to get what it bargained for because of a change in law, there's a very real risk of disputes and lawsuits between landlords and tenants. Has been noted, we want this to be a dynamic area that can attract R&D companies, and we look forward to working with staff on this matter. Thank you.
Thanks, Jordan. All right, that wraps up public testimony. So we should probably do a time check here. We're getting to 9:50. We've got, obviously we're gonna need to, no, that's off by an hour. It's 9:50. So we're going to want to wrap this one up, and we still have the check-in on county committee assignments and potential selection criteria for library district board of trustees. Are we feeling like we can do all three of these things tonight, or should we maybe take one of them off the table, or quick opinions? Just do it. I'm seeing some nodding heads here. All right.
That it's 9:50, not 10:50. I do feel a lot better about
We got a whole extra hour. Isn't that exciting? Okay, so we'll attempt to do that. We'll see how the changes go through.
Mayor?
Yes.
If you would please just officially close the public hearing?
I now officially close the public hearing.
Thank you.
Did I get that right?
Yes.
Very good. Okay, so now we'll bring it back to council for discussion. I'm actually going to get us started with just a potential path forward here. So I'm hearing a lot of questions and maybe some potential areas for change from the current ordinance. And I'm thinking maybe rather than attempt to wordsmith ordinance changes tonight, what we might consider doing is give feedback to staff for areas to modify and potentially continuing the hearing so that they could come back to us with some suggestions on how to implement that feedback. How do people feel about that general approach? I'm seeing nodding heads. So how about we tackle that and take that approach if that works out for staff as well?
That does, yeah.
Great. And then so what I'm going to do is I have categories that I think we probably want to address. I've got a few, and people can add more. One of them is the rules for residential in the industrial zones. One of them is the office restrictions, and another is the light and general industrial definitions.
What about the independent schools?
And then the independent schools. There we go. Any other categories people would like to tackle tonight? Seeing none, you can come back to one if you want. Maybe we can take those in order. Residential in industrial zones. Does anybody want to offer an initial thought on that topic? I mean, I have thoughts, but I don't want to dominate the conversation. Okay.
Yeah, your hotline is hard to good conversation.
Okay, I'll get it started. So, per my hotline, I was concerned that the additional restrictions would eliminate too many opportunities for residential in a town that obviously needs substantially more housing. So I really appreciated your answers. So thank you for that. And so there were some good ideas in there as well. And I think that in terms of where sub-communities guide us in this matter, I think the East Boulder Sub-Community Plan, newly adopted, gives us great guidance on this. But I feel like the North Boulder Sub-Community Plan and the Gun Barrel Plan are a little old to give us really precise guidance areas. So I might look at still allowing residential in IS and IG, and then I think potentially the East Boulder Sub-Community Plan could control, but I would not necessarily look to the other ones to add additional controls. So if we still allowed them, maybe we take away the contiguity requirements, and you had a proposal for maybe how to approach that. So that's the direction I'd be interested in seeing us go, and that was Dave Ensign, I thought, expressed that well. I think he more or less said that, and so that seemed like a potential path forward. Thoughts?
Yeah, so one of the alternatives, or what I had described in the hotline, was that currently we're proposing just the IG zoning district would be determined by sub-community plan. You could expand that and say IG and IM and also IS if that was your desire. Would be fall under sub-community plans, maybe just East Boulder. It sounds like maybe you want to specify only East Boulder sub-community plan. And then in the other areas of the city with industrial zoning, we would still use contiguity. If we were to keep that contiguity requirement, I would still recommend removing some of the other restrictions that we're recommending, like the lot area requirement, the minimum lot size.
And to be clear, I wasn't necessarily saying we should keep the contiguity
Okay.
requirement. I think you were proposing potentially removing that. I'm open to that personally. I don't. People. Lauren's nodding. Yeah, I'm seeing some nods here about potentially removing that.
Okay.
Lauren, did you have an additional comment there?
And I'm sorry, I'm sick, so my ability to keep track of IG, IS, and IM are a little thin at the moment. But I also want to make sure that, because I do think, especially with the East Boulder Sub-Community Plan, our intention is to have some housing. And the way you get, the way we ask for what we want is by allowing it by right. So I just want to make sure that there is some housing in those areas, particularly where it aligns with the East Boulder Sub-Community Plan and where we want housing, that we are considering that by right and not everything is through review.
Okay, noted. Additional comments? Mark?
Yeah, I would want us to be very, very cautious about residential in an IS district. And it's just a matter of really development economics. The buildings in an IS district tend to be lower rent, one story, small, dilapidated, but they're housing very critical services for the community. If you permit housing there, you will get housing there, because it is a much more profitable enterprise to raise those businesses, those buildings, evict the businesses, and build housing. It's just economically superior. And so if it is our goal to maintain that sector of our industrial community, the light businesses, the family businesses, the solo entrepreneurs, I think you have to be very careful about this. One of the reasons I asked about the breakdown in acreage of the various zones is to see if it may not make sense to exclude IS because it may not be that large. And I think generally in terms of if the Pearl Parkway industrial district, when you turn left off of Pearl, none of those businesses will survive if you can put housing there. It can't. And so, we have different values we need to balance here. One is obviously we want to promote some appropriate infill and residential, but the other is if we want to keep that sector of the industrial community vibrant, you've got to give them a little more protection against being thrown out, raised, and redeveloped as housing. That's a council choice, but I would advocate for, at least in the IS zones, being very careful and about the residential opportunity there. The rest of the industrial sector, I feel much less strongly about.
Okay. I just wanted to maybe follow up on that, Mark. I understand the point about if you go wholesale to residential, the economics may just squeeze everybody out. I appreciate that, and in its current proposal and form, because I've now heard it so many different ways, I want to anchor on what it currently is or the proposal. It would be currently prohibited in IS, correct? Mm-hmm.
So the current regulations, not the proposed ordinance,
yes,
do allow residential in IS above the ground floor. The proposal tonight is to prohibit them entirely in IS, and prohibit residential.
Okay, I appreciate that. So I'm wondering if, because housing, right? I think that's the clear kind of mandate from this body. I would say, if I can speak on that behalf. So what about use review being a conditional way in which we can be sensitive to some of that, but be deliberate with where it goes in, versus outright prohibition versus outright like no holds bar? What if there's a way to allow that way to sort of, we can get it where we want it, but we have at least a throttle to make sure it's not binary on or off with regards to housing in that area?
Well, that's a possibility, but one of the reasons I've asked for the different zones in terms of acreage, let's understand what we're disagreeing on. Is it 10 acres out of the entirety of the industrial zone? Is it 100 acres? If it is a relatively small portion of the industrial zone, I would feel comfortable stating that this can be an exception to housing, because we also have an interest in preserving services for our community. If it's 70% of the industrial zone, then we can talk about guardrails and where it's appropriate and where it might not be. So I think that's the way to look at it. Let's see what we are talking about before we make final decisions.
So we have a map up there. If somebody wants to get a protractor and start measuring, we could come up with percentages.
I was just going to say, sorry, we don't have the actual acreage, but if you look at the map, the teal areas are IS. So you can see in North Boulder, it's mostly IS, and then around Pearl Parkway, as you mentioned. And then the gray is IG, and the purple is IM. So that gives you I'm sorry, it's not the actual numbers, but it gives you a visual clue that IS is definitely the least land area of industrial, other than IMS, which we only have a few parcels of.
Oh, thanks. That's helpful. Lauren, did you have a comment?
We'll save it.
Yeah, I think I forgot. I'm sorry.
Sorry. It's hard to be sick and be at a council meeting. You can come back to it. So, I mean, I think there are good points here. I mean, having service industrial uses for the community is important, right? So maybe there's some additional guardrail on IS. Maybe it's enough to be use review, but it is, I would say it's worth looking at IS maybe a little differently, but I still wouldn't prohibit it personally.
Oh, I remember.
Ah, there she is.
And I think also, you know, when one of the things that I hear a lot about is sort of the parking lots in the industrial zone. And so, you know, are there ways, creative ways that we could allow for infill without jeopardizing the industrial area that we currently have? And I don't know what the answer to that is, but I feel like it's worth a little bit more thought in terms of how we might allow residential to complement existing uses.
So maybe that's a comment, ways to allow development in parking lots rather than raising existing buildings, if I understood Lauren correctly. Yeah. Good enough on residential and industrial. So we have, is that sufficient guidance in that area?
I think maybe some additional clarification about, so the alternative that I had proposed in the hotline was to retain contiguity because the contiguity requirement up in Gun Barrel. So the proposed restriction increases the number of parcels that would be allowed, or the proposal for residential would increase the number of parcels in land area that would be allowed for residential in East Boulder and the TVAP area, but it would reduce the number of parcels in land area in Gun Barrel. So that's where we were saying that the sub-community plan could cover East Boulder, but then in Gun Barrel we could still use the contiguity requirement because in Gun Barrel the contiguity requirement actually is much more logical than it is down in East Boulder. So that could be an option, and then if we were to get rid of that lot size, it would be even more logical up in Gun Barrel. So was the direction no contiguity requirement at all, come up with a new idea, or perhaps kind of a mix of contiguity and sub-community plan?
I mean, if you feel like it's functional up in Gun Barrel, and because it's not just contiguity, right? It's also like proximity to open space.
Right. It's it's contiguity to open space or residential.
Right.
uses.
Right.
Correct.
I mean, you could show us what it looked like. I mean, it seems like it has potential.
Okay.
Okay. Thanks. Okay. Next is office restrictions. Somebody else could start on this one, maybe. Or I can. I just don't know.
I mean, I'll take a crack. Well, my restriction here is just the creating non-conforming use. We are working so hard to bring things back into conformed use, whether it be PUDs, you name it, and yet it seems weird that we would deliberately then, on the other side, open it back up. So that's my concern. And then I think there are some serious concerns brought up by some of the business communities about what legal ramifications may come from changing that use at this stage of the game in some. So I'd like just to sort of kind of look at that again and how we can minimize the non-conforming and how we can sort of also minimize the liability and risk between landlord and tenant, which I think is real given how fluid those areas are with regards to the type of use that they intend to be and their evolution.
Yep, Chair?
I think it was Holland and Hart, is that right? I think the Holland and Hart letters had a lot of examples, and I thought they were, most of them, the ones I understood, were excellent. So can we look at those? I was thinking about the ones that stick out in my mind was when a company is in one location and then they acquire another location, that one. And also, there was somebody that was speaking of tonight, do you know which one I'm talking about? Like different
buildings?
Yep.
Okay. And then somebody was talking about perhaps nonprofits and what we can, do you remember that
Yes.
question?
Yes.
I don't need to go into that more, right? You know which one?
Yes, I
Okay.
do.
And I'll call on myself and just add in, that I share what Matt said about the concern about the large number of nonconformities being created, and we don't know how many there are, and it makes sense. I understand why we don't know, but it's also concerning. It does seem like a lot of that centers around the no office on the ground floor. Like that seems to be the one that's the biggest problem. So I don't know if removing that kind of gets us to a more reasonable place. Not to say it's unreasonable, your proposal, but like to a better balance, maybe with a couple other tweaks.
Yeah, so I think that I just want to thank Colin and Hart for giving those examples, because I think that was really helpful. There's kind of a lack of data that we have to be able to analyze, so having those was really helpful. And I hope you saw that we responded to each one of those scenarios.
That was
they
super
gave.
impressive, by the way you responded to all those.
It's like a fun little zoning problem. But so that was really illuminating to what the reality of administering this regulation would be. And so I think we have some ideas for what would be simpler, and especially from both a city perspective and also business owners and property owners. And so I think that you're correct that the ground floor has come up regularly as an issue for nonconformities, so perhaps removing that. And then the combined floor area, administering that a combined, like thinking about it as a combination, is really challenging. And so a potential other option that would still support the policies that we are intending to implement through these changes would perhaps be a square footage limit per use. So, because that is something that the city receives, through a building permit or a business license, we know the size of that business at that time. And so that would be significantly simpler to administer. And in that case, either we or businesses would not need to keep track of the changing from one building to the other, or how much space is being used and how much nonconforming. And then in that way, there are significantly fewer nonconforming uses created.
Lauren?
I think that makes sense. And just because I got thrown out as the person who came up with the not having it on the first floor, I wanted to sort of say that in my thinking, I was sort of thinking about as we create new buildings, as a way to ensure that new buildings aren't only office space, or, that they're preserving that kind of space on the ground floor, which is why I'm not in charge of writing code from the dais. Never mind. But I think that the suggestion that you brought up, Lisa, sounds like a good one to me.
It sounds reasonable to me. I guess I don't know enough to offhand think through all the scenarios, so I think some outreach would be important there. Okay. But it sounds like it has potential. I'm seeing some nodding heads and no shaking ones. Any other things on office restrictions? The next is the light versus general industrial categories. I had heard a couple comments on this before. Does anybody want to? Okay. All right, don't everybody go at once. All right, so I guess I'll just throw out I'll call on myself again. My concern was that maybe the small uses that could get caught up in this. And I heard you that the intention is not to catch up like food production, for example, but it seems like the definition might. And so there's a concern there of how do we make sure not catch up a bunch of smaller, not impactful manufacturing uses. And there was the question about could we regulate what they produce rather than what they're using as raw material. So that's a thought. I don't know if that works 100%, but it's a reasonable thought. But
I think we could also take another look at the definition and see if we could define raw materials towards the end of it, for the purposes of this definition, raw materials means, and list it out.
Okay, very good. Anything else on that? Independent schools. Tara.
I mean, it was said already. Do I need to repeat?
Well, it was a question.
Yeah.
It was a question of why public schools are exempt from use review where independent schools have to go through use review.
Yeah, tell us.
Yes, I'm going to defer to our legal experts for that because that's a legal question.
Yeah, I'm happy to address that. So, school districts are seen as a state entity, where independent schools are not. They are private entities.
And if I may add on to that, you may remember from our last discussion that there are also preemption issues when it comes to regulating public schools. So that is the history behind the allowance of public schools in all zone districts in Boulder.
Okay.
So why does that mean we can't have independent schools without a use review?
It doesn't necessarily. You could allow what we call private schools, but independent schools by right in the industrial districts. It's a use that we would typically, the purpose of use review is to be able to further evaluate the compatibility of a use within its actual location. And so for schools, both the impact of industrial uses on the school and then the school on the industrial uses, we think that that would be, that's an appropriate use to go through a use review. That's kind of the purpose of use review.
And sorry, go ahead, Nicole.
I was just wondering, do we have independent schools in any of these industrial areas right now?
They're currently prohibited, so no.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Okay, thank you.
And and do the code requirements to the criteria speak to the impact to the property? It seems like I seem to remember most of the criteria being like, what's the impact on other properties? But does it?
Correct. Hella might be able to help me with this.
Because this is one where I'm sympathetic if we're making sure that the school won't, be an inappropriate place for it to have a school because of other impacts, but as long as that's actually part of the evaluation process.
Lisa, is this where you proposed some changes to the use review criteria? Was it for the school use?
Yeah, so, and yes, now I'm remembering. So this was something that was brought up by planning board, similar question. So we recommended a change that, let me find it in the ordinance.
The compatibility criterion has a sentence that says, the use will have a minimal negative impact on the use of nearby properties, or for residential uses in industrial zoning districts, the proposed development reasonably mitigates the potential negative impacts from nearby properties. So I think it's proposed to change to include.
So it's proposed to include also, instead of just residential uses, it also includes community, cultural, and educational uses, which is one of our use categories. So similarly puts that that part of that analysis in the use review too.
I'll just be frank. I would like to keep the use review for the schools, just because I wouldn't want a school to want to necessarily go right next to Court and Pharma. No offense to Court and Pharma, but that's not a use that I would sit there and go, yeah, good decision. So in that sense, I think it's important for us to have some way of making sure that we're getting compatibility right. So I don't know if that helps address why you wanted to bring that up, Tara. But I was just letting it out.
Thanks for being patient with me and explaining it. Also, I'm getting a lot of texts that people are throwing up in my large family, so I'm a little distracted right now.
Hopefully I don't have to go to the hospital, so.
Oh dear, hope your family's all right. Now, I appreciate Mr. Eckert's points from before, but I'm when you're talking about is it going to be, or is it mitigating, the potential impacts from offsite uses on the school? It seems probably worth looking at. So, yeah. Any other comments on this or any other topic? This or anything else about use tables? Rachel.
If we're sticking to use tables, yes. And just on that last point, I think, when I heard preemption, it's maybe not that we were singling out independent schools for bad treatment. It's like we can't do public schools also. So like any other private company, we would do the independent schools. So that makes sense to me. I guess I'm not sure if I have a comment or a question here, but I very much appreciated former Representative Singer's comment about measuring twice and cutting once. And so I think we probably want to avoid measuring thrice, if I may continue on that. And so I wonder what is our plan for engagement? Will this go back to planning board? Like, what is the plan for the next steps from all this feedback? And also, what I heard loud and clear from community is, great job, most of this is awesome, and we didn't quite give enough time for that final step to be reviewed. So I'd just like to understand that.
Yeah, I'll step in. Yeah, Brad Mueller with Planning and Development Services. The level of direction and the nature of the changes would not require us to go back to planning board. We do want to respect the fact that massaging this so that it feels final for you makes sense, and also close the loop with the conversations we've had with industry and such. So we would recommend a continuance to January 19th as being that kind of good balance between moving forward still and yet giving time.
And when you say continued dialogue, like, how will we be pretty sure that we've gotten all the feedback we need? Because I agree, most of the emails that we have gotten have been excellent. I'm far from an expert in this area, so that the examples and the concerns have been super helpful to me, and I want to make sure that we've gotten all of them and that we've gotten them addressed, and that community who's going to be impacted much more than me have been heard, and we've worked through it.
Yeah. You know, I would say the group of interested users has narrowed significantly, and we've engaged heavily in the last 2 weeks with that more narrow group. Just because we got the letter recently, and you saw the responses to that just this afternoon even, I think with absorbing that, we're sliding into home, and we'll have covered all that by then. Which is not to say there may not be a point or two at the final reading that we agree to disagree in trying to interpret the direction given, but I think we feel confident we're there.
Okay, thanks. And I might just be curious what colleagues think about possibly planning board looking at it again, because again, they have so much more expertise and understanding than I do. So I think we'll flag things that I'm certainly not going to be super capable of flagging. And I don't know, I'd like Dave Ensign, can you give me like a hand signal if it's a good or bad idea?
Yeah. Well, it's we can't really call up community members in the middle of a hearing. I apologize. Yeah. But yeah, Nicole.
Yeah, I was just wondering if, maybe to expedite it, if folks could kind of maybe weigh in rather than sending it back to planning board, because I feel like planning board is one of the boards that always has things specified well in advance too. So I'm just wondering if there's, a way for, I imagine that you're talking with them. Let us know.
If it's helpful, I would say, they've been very engaged in what you saw today. And so these, relatively finer points, we certainly would advise them of. I wouldn't expect them to necessarily pick up and want a full discussion on that. Not to represent them, but I think they recognize there's other items on their plate for the next year as well. So, but we'll be careful to make sure we're communicating with them.
Yeah, so maybe what you could do is, like you say, keep them in the loop, let them know how it's proceeding forward, and then say that they're welcome to review them and send us their individual comments on the changes that are proposed. Yep. Good. And then just to the point, I'm glad to hear about engagements, because finalizing the engagement will be important with the property owners, the stakeholders, and probably filtering it through the chamber as well.
Yep, absolutely.
So, yeah, great. Cool.
And Rachel, were you all done with your comments before I jump in?
I'm good. I'm still looking at Dave Ensign for a hand signal, but otherwise good. Thank you.
Okay. Do you all do the baseball signs? Can we do the Yeah.
So what I just wanted to say was just some very general kind of high level feedbacks. This is not my area of expertise either. But it seems like one of the reasons we're in a space where things are kind of complicated is because over time we kind of kept adding a little bit more to each one. So in thinking about some of these final tweaks to this ordinance, what I would appreciate is thinking about tweaks that will meet some of these guidelines and make things simpler. rather than anything that's going to add a lot of complexity, because I think we've heard a lot of that from community members as well, that the complexity makes things hard, right? And I know that you all know this better than we do. So that would just be my very general kind of guidance. And then in thinking back to our earlier discussion, asking for, some feedback or checkpoints, I'm just wondering if there's anything planned with this, because I think even in these last few weeks, we've had some feedback from community members of just, oh my gosh, just thought about this, or I just saw this part of it, and now I have this concern. And so I'm just wondering where, if anywhere, are there any opportunities for folks to let us know if there's something that's just completely disastrous for an industry or a group that we didn't catch, where are the opportunities to kind of come back as well, if there are any.
Yeah, I think just building on what Brad had said, just the stakeholders we have been discussing this with over the last few weeks, I think that they've been getting the word out as well to additional people. So I think we'll just circle back with everyone that we've been talking with, talk about the discussion that's been had tonight, some of the proposals that we might have to simplify, and be able to run through some of those scenarios, with more time than we had this week. So be able to make sure that those aren't creating unintended consequences either.
And I think my question was more after the next
Okay,
meeting date. Are there opportunities there for folks to let us know if things are going really awry and it needs a little tweak?
Yeah, we can think through that. Thanks.
Any other final comments? Well, then I'll just go ahead and make a motion to continue the hearing to January 19th.
Second.
All right, I think it's a show of hands. Motion and a second. All in favor? Very good. And Lauren, you got your hand up to make a comment, not just to vote yes. That passed unanimously, by the way. Lauren, you have an additional comment? No. Okay. Well, then this is my moment here before you leave to just sing your absolute praises, because we haven't done enough of that yet. We've been right so we've been focused on the changes, but there is so much that is good in this ordinance that I'm as a planning wonk, I'm super excited about. So phenomenal work. And I'm really excited to get this done. It's the culmination of years of work. And January 19th at the end, we can do a big happy dance about all the progress that we've made. So, yeah, huge thanks.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
All right. And with that, it's time to move on to the next thing. We got a couple more. I'm hoping we can be a lot quicker than the time stated on the paper here. It's time for a check-in on council committee assignments, item 8A. So, do I turn to you, Nuria, here?
Well, this is really, thank you, Mayor. This is really a matter of council, but I will note that we've got Taylor Ryman at the ready, that if you wanted to look at those committees and track those in real time, that she is available to do that and put those on screen. But it really depends on how deeply you want to go into the topic as we move forward, but
Yeah.
I defer to you.
Thank you. So what I would propose is just that people would mention their requested changes, and we'll stick to that. And so I'll just call on people who would like to change something. And I got a Rachel. And this is, by the way, not to force other people's changes, but changes you're interested in, your own.
One thing I want to mention is, and I hotlined this for myself and Mayor Pro Tem Wallach, that we would like to sort of disband council members' participation in the Hill Revitalization Work Group. And I believe we have staff support for that as well.
Okay. Very good. Oh, actually, you know what? There's something that I wanted to mention as well. This isn't for tonight. I'm going to bring this back at another meeting in January, but we have a potential opportunity to participate in the Rocky Mountain Airport Community Noise Roundtable Group. And so that's something that staff is interested in us participating in. It will require elected representation at that. So just kind of keep that in your head. I'm going to come back in January and ask council if we're interested in applying to that. But just as you're thinking about committee appointments, you might be interested in that if council approves it going forward. But we're not going to talk through the substance. I just want to mention that.
One more thing, I don't know if it needs to be handled here, but the Mayor Pro Tem usually goes to the Mile High Flood District, and so I've sort of off the record probably passed the baton to Council, God bless it, Mayor Pro Tem Wallach, but maybe we need to formalize that.
Okay, very good. Any other changes people would like to make? Ginny.
Well, it's not changes that I would like to make, but I would be of the Financial Strategy Committee because my term is up. So.
Yes, and I did check in. It sounds like it is possible to re-up if people are interested in. So you by no means need to, but you could ask to if you were interested. Yeah, but Teresa would like to make a.
Yeah, that's right. So there's nothing in our charter or code that would prohibit multiple terms. And in the Financial Strategies Committee charter, it does say that terms are 2 years, but it does not place a limit on the number of terms that you serve.
Okay. So would you be interested in re-upping, or are you ready to be done?
Well, it's not that I'm ready to be done. I'm ready to pass the baton to someone else who probably could serve for a longer term and help onboard the next person. Thank you.
Yeah.
And I would be interested in re-upping for 1 term, if that's the will of council.
Okay. An interest in. Does anybody else want to put forward for financial strategy? I don't think we have to replace Ginny, because I think we would still have enough people on the committee. We would still have 3 people. So someone could replace Ginny, but it would not be necessary. I'm not seeing anybody jumping on that one. Yeah.
If in fact I'm going to take a 2nd term on FSC, I'd like to make room for Matt if he's expressed interest in intergovernmental affairs, so I will step down from that to accommodate.
That is very gracious of you, Mark. Thank you so much.
And now, Ginny, before you had mentioned something about that. Do you want to address that?
Yes, I don't, because I will be staying on council and completing my term and also be a state legislator at the Capitol. I think it would be wise to step away from this particular subcommittee. So there would be, I suppose, more than one opening for that one. Thank you.
And anyone else interested in that committee?
I see Lauren's hand.
Lauren, do you have your hand up?
I do. I would be interested in taking that seat on the Intergovernmental Affairs Committee.
Okay. Anybody want to arm wrestle Lauren or Matt for that extra spot? All right, seeing no one, then that is done. Okay, any other changes people would like to make? Tara?
Okay, Rocky Flats. Sorry. Rocky Flats. I am not able to fulfill the requirements to go in person. Monday mornings, I believe it's the airport in Broomfield. It's about 5 times a year. It's 3 hours. I work full time. Who graciously wants to take that appointment? Anyone?
Can I ask just the question of, are we even doing anything with this group, and or do we have to have someone on this group? It's a functional question about just how viable is this for us to need a representative on it?
Go Taylor.
Or can a staff member just represent us in perpetuity?
Good evening, Council. Taylor Ryman, City Council Administrator. So we are one of the properties that share a border with Rocky Flats, which gives us a seat at the table at the Rocky Flats Stewardship Council and its ongoing management. It's mostly monitoring the testing and maybe adding new testing. That's a conversation that's been happening recently. But it is in our best interest to continue being engaged in those conversations. We do have an obligation, sort of generally speaking, to make sure that the continued remediation work is being monitored, and we also have the opportunity to develop partnerships and collaborate in that setting.
I will mention we have a long and storied history of being involved with this group, and if we tried to withdraw, I think Lisa Morzell would come up here personally and whoop all of our butts here. So,
but did we confirm that it has to be a council member and not a staff member, though?
Yeah.
So I appreciate that, and I'll just say that Carl Castillo has been in contact with them. They have indicated that yes, it is their strong preference that it would be a council member who attends. Certainly there are occasions where a staff member, and I know Taylor has been a part of those meetings and has done admirably, but they have a preference that it be the council member themselves. They meet about 4 times a year for about 2 to 3 hours. 2 to 3 hours each meeting.
And if I may mention, Marnie Razzle also with OSMP has done a great job as being the second staff alternate. And so we both kind of tag team. The alternate support for council can certainly go in place of council members a couple or 3 times a year. But there are a couple meetings where a council member participation would be much desired.
So we're talking about like twice a year commitment here, folks. Like, it's not that bad. It's kind of manageable. Why is nobody looking at me?
That's why.
So, what? Rachel just grabbed the mic. All right. Which? No, exactly. Right. Well, maybe we need to table this one. If nobody's volunteering right now, I'm going to send Lisa Morzell to all of your houses to twist your arms to get. Yes, right. She'd probably go for it if we did. So maybe we'll have to hold off on this one. Yes.
I'm not volunteering because I also, work another job. So, But what I'm wondering is, it seems like one of the big issues is the not allowing virtual participation.
Right.
And I'm wondering if this is anything that they would think about changing so that those of us who do work have this as an option.
That's a great point.
The council is contemplating a hybrid format, but it's not been offered yet.
Maybe we can try to apply some pressure to the council to add this as an option.
We can certainly circle back with them and see what we can do.
Okay. Okay. All right. Great suggestion, Nicole. That'll be our next step there. All right. Any other requests to withdraw or add to any committees? All right. Okay. Seeing none, then here's what I got. So on the Intergovernmental Affairs Committee, we've got Junie and Mark resigning and Matt and Lauren joining. Junie is not re-upping for financial strategies. Mark is re-upping to financial strategies. And council members are removing themselves from the Hill Revitalization Working Group. Does that sound about right?
Mile High Flood District.
And yes, Mark goes in for Rachel on Mile High Flood. Good. Taylor, does that give it to us?
Yeah, just one more point. So because of Section 9 that describes how meetings of council and committees of council can be appointed and sort of organized, we are required to provide justification for all groups that have more than 2 council members on them. We have prior justifications for intergovernmental affairs, but we actually looked back in our records and we couldn't quite find a justification for the financial strategy committee having more than 2 council members. So if council could just provide a justification for that. And Teresa, I guess I'd look to you to just ensure that justifications that were defined in the last appointment cycle would hold this appointment cycle.
Bob, did you have something on this?
I wrote something on this last year. Maybe it just got lost somewhere. I'll just dig it up and send it to you.
Okay, sounds like Bob's got something that he'll send in to cover that. Great, thanks, Bob. All right, Taylor, we good on that?
As long as Teresa says so, I think we're good.
Come on, Teresa. Teresa is done. She's just done.
Sorry, Teresa.
I'm afraid I didn't review this question beforehand. I assume that the reasons provided by council are still a reasonable justification. After I review them, if that's not the case, I certainly will reach out and let you know.
Okay. Thank you. All right, we're almost done here. Great, and then this will come back for council approval and ratification on consent, I believe, in the first meeting in January. So we will approve those changes at that time. Great, we got one more. I think it's to take something new up after 10:30. We have to have a vote. That's right?
So you've already done the check-in.
Yeah.
So you can take a new matter up, but it would require a vote if you're going to extend beyond 11 o'clock, and that would require 2/3.
We are not going to need to extend past 11 o'clock. This is 8B, discussion on potential selection criteria for the Library District Board of Trustees Selection Committee. Did I get that right? All right, and I'm going to turn to Matt, who brought this one up.
Thank you, Aaron. There we go. Let's try it again. There we go. Now we're on. Thank you, Aaron. I appreciate it, and thanks for indulging this request, and it's certainly coming at a later hour. My goal is to keep this brief. Knowing that we've entrusted Aaron and Nicole to represent the city in regards to lifting up the library district and select the board of trustees, I just thought we'd want to maybe think about what some guardrails and or some ideas we want them to take to that conversation with their county commissioner counterparts, and how we can just sort of, as a body, provide some of that guidance, and they can take that as they will. I had 2 recommendations that I wanted to throw out right off the bat, and so I just maybe start with that. If people like, we're great, and if there's additives, we can go from there. First is I'd love for us to recommend that we exclusively pull really from a set of specific skill sets that come from being current or former members of the Library Commission, LDAC, and or library employees. I think we're lifting up a new institution, so we need people with explicit experience on how to run a library, but more importantly, experience in already discussing and understanding the IGA process. So I think focusing on those individuals would be a great first start. It doesn't foreclose on other community members participating in later terms, but I think the inaugural class should come from this core group of people that have this unique skill set and experience and how to operate and manage library systems within the city. My second would be discussing how the city of Boulder would perhaps have proportional representation with regards to the board of trustees that we end up appointing. The infrastructure, the geography, and the population is predominantly the city of Boulder, and so it makes sense that city of Boulder representatives carry a proportional weight. If the board of trustees ends up being a body of 5, we should have 3. If it's a body of 7, we should have 5. And so I would like to make sure that that's cooked in, because I'd hate for there to be an instance that you have 5 people from unincorporated Boulder County representing a library district to which 90% of the assets, geography, and population reside within the city. So I think a guardrail there is an appropriate place to start, so that we can sort of maintain that influence with regards to where things are for the library district. So those are my 2 recommendations. I just wanted to throw those out there and see what people think.
Can I just make a quick response there? On that first one, Matt, a point very well taken. Could we call that a very strong preference rather than a requirement? We might not get...
You and Nicole will have to negotiate that with your counterparts at the commissioners, but I leave, that's your discretion on that. I'd like to carry forward however that works, and if you agree to carry that forward, I trust you two to figure out how best to manage that. But I think that would be a strong preference I'd have. However we can execute that, I trust you guys to figure that out.
Okay, great. I saw Bob had a hand.
First of all, I agree with everything Matt said. I would add to Matt's category of strong preferences also a skill set that I think at least one of the trustees should have, and that is the expertise in pulling things apart. Those of us who are lawyers who have done M&A work, sometimes we put things together and sometimes we pull things apart. And that can be more difficult actually than integrating 2 things. And we're going to have a lot of pulling apart to happen over the first 2 or 3 years. I get the fact that after the library district's up and running, steady state, library skills are going to be super important, and I think that should be the predominant skill among the trustees. But I think it would be helpful if we had 1 or 2 trustees in this first batch that knew about what I call de-integration, which is all the stuff that we're going to have to do, in the negotiation of the IGA with them on the other side of the table, and understanding how to pull things apart, how to separate employees, how to separate assets, how to separate all the financial stuff. And I think 1 or 2 skill sets in that category would be a strong preference from me. And there are people that do this for a living. So,
thanks. Wait, Teresa, and then Mark. Or, sorry, then Junie, and then Mark.
So I have an observation about it being a library staff member. In my mind, that's tricky because they're currently an employee of the city with duties running to the city, duties of loyalty running to the city. In addition, if they...
I would say former.
Former.
Sorry, I was
Very
saying
good.
current, former for the other things, and maybe I didn't put the caveat of not current for employee, so it just carried over.
Former
so
library
You're
staff.
an attorney. You carry that. You are good at the language. Nice work. Nice, good catch.
Got it,
Thanks.
thank you.
Thanks, Teresa.
Very good. Jeannie?
Thank you. I like everything that you said. I think it's a great idea. On number one, I think the idea of having a diverse board with people with diverse thought and perspective is extremely important as well. But point well taken that we need people with the right expertise, but also we need that diverse set of skills as well, right? Someone with financial literacy or prior financial experience might be very helpful as well, right? And maybe someone with a legal background. So yes, I understand having the library perspective, but also having someone who's willing to listen and communicate and engage. And one last thing, which is probably something else, can someone mention how, if someone in the community is interested in this, how can they contact the city? I've had community members reach out to me and say, hey, I have a strong interest. Whether it's possible or not for them to apply or be part of the process, that's something different, but who do they reach out to? Thank you.
I'll address that question. I think that's still coming together, right? As the appointees from the county and the city are establishing themselves as a body that's going to select. I think that information just isn't available yet, but certainly from a communication standpoint, the city can make sure to help spread the word.
Got Mark and then Rachel.
I want to also agree with both Junie and Bob. I think it's important to have people with library experience as members of the group, but I also think that we need a broader experience base for the process of actually creating the library district itself. I think it's going to be a little more complex than people imagine, and there may be issues of employment law, corporate law, real estate law, finance, and we need people who also have those disciplines in their toolkit. There will come a time when running a library is going to be the primary qualification for somebody to be a trustee, but I think initially we need a little bit broader base for the complexities of what we're trying to do here.
Very good. Rachel?
Believe it or not, I've never formed a library district in my life, nor run a library. And there's no staff memo here, and I probably missed an email that this was even on tonight's agenda. So I did not give this much thought. So I just wanted to turn to staff and see, do you all have thoughts of what we should be looking for, Nuria or others? Again, just wanted to toss it out and see if there's input.
I'll take a quick stab at something that I'm probably going to be kicked under the table for. But what I do appreciate, and I do think it's the diversity of skill sets that will be important. I do think if I think of sort of something as a merger of two businesses, that sometimes you have to look through personnel. There will be policy discussions. There will be conversations about the transition of assets or not, staff or not. There's a lot to be considered here, and having a multitude of diverse experience from both the perspective of what will folks need just for the IGA, but then also the trustees beyond that. So knowing a little bit about library is important, but also knowing about financial and setting up a business and startups and so forth. The legalities of it, I think, are important. So I think you're on the right track of having a diversity of folks on the panel or on the board.
Great. Yeah, good point. Seeing none, I'll just give Nicole an opportunity since do you want to respond to any of that, or are you just?
No, I was taking notes. I'm good.
Okay, great. Did you want to add anything? I'll just invite you up here if you'd like to. You are here with us at 10:45, so.
Well, I can tell you, Janet Michaels with the City Attorney, there are just two statutory requirements for your selection. One is that all of the trustees have to be from within the legal service area of the district. It kind of speaks for itself, but that's one. And the other is that you can't have fewer than 5 or more than 7. So other than that, it's really up to the discretion of the selection committee. And I'll also say, I think I'm envisioning the first meeting of the selection committee establishing what the process is. So with the question of how do we communicate this, or how do we let people from the community know about it, that would be a part of what the committee discusses in their first meeting, how to set that up.
Great.
Thank you.
Thanks for that those clarifying comments, Jen. Appreciate it, and for sticking it out with us. Good point. All right, and I got the message too, so I'm good. Thanks for the input, everybody. That'll be really helpful as we move forward with making those decisions.
I have something under discussion.
What's that?
I have discussion. I'm sorry, I know it's late, but I had a couple things I wanted to put under discussion. Couple, I do. I'll be quick though. Okay. Number one, there were a couple times tonight where people spoke at times that I thought was odd. So we had people during open comment speaking to a public hearing, and then we had someone at a public hearing speaking to something that was not relevant for that public hearing. So I just wanted to flag that and maybe discuss how we do that going forward, because sometimes it's been handled differently. So flagging that. Number two, we do not have police oversight panel amendments on our work plan, I don't think. I think we've all appreciated this week that we probably need to shore up some of the procedure on that. And so I don't know where that needs to be flagged and put in, but while it's fresh, I think we should be making sure that's somewhere on the work plan to come back to us. And then number three, a speaker mentioned he's not on hotline. I'm not on hotline on my personal email anymore. I've had several people say I got dropped off hotline, so there's something wrong with hotline. Thank you.
I'll call those comments rather than discussion points. Thanks for raising those, Rachel.
We could discuss. Anybody could be like, yeah.
Or maybe, well, I think you're going to be coming back to us with that on the POP changes, potential changes, right, Maria?
We will indeed, and I'll say that the current oversight panel is also thinking about that, and we will be deferring to them as well. In terms of some things, we as staff have some considerations we want to bring forward as well, and some fairly quickly to allow for discourse currently for the panel. Heard the concerns about hotline. It is something that staff is aware of, and so we have a meeting actually set up to talk about hotline. And Teresa and I were just thinking about and looking at through the council handbook and the code, and so there will be some amendments in terms of the comment process that need to come forward. So we will be doing that as well.
You're on top of it as always, Neria.
Stuck in my throat. I do not have COVID.
No. Oh yeah, Matt.
I'll just end with my millennial status. Can't talk about the POP without thinking about Naughty by Nature. So you down with POP? You know me.
All right.
Question.
Pop culture.
Quick question, Nuria. Council business.
Microphone.
When we respond to a community member, you click respond, and it keeps doing reply by all still.
I think that's to the council form, and I will certainly bring that to Sarah, who's been taking a look at that with IT.
Okay. See nothing else? Nothing else? Nothing else? I will say happy holidays, everybody, and congratulations to a very successful 2022 for this council and our amazing senior staff. Very appreciative of each and every single one of you, and it is a pleasure to be working with you day in and day out on these sometimes hard questions that we wrestle with. So I'm very grateful, and here's to the end of a good year.
Feel better, Lauren.
There you go. And feel better, Lauren. All right, and with that, I'll gavel us closed. 10:48. Thank you, Lauren. Feel better.
Wasn't the same without you.
10:49 p.m.